playing of the national anthem. Once again, the Giant batting order from the top. Second baseman Tito Fuentes. First baseman Len Gabrielson. Center fielder Willie Mays. Third baseman Jim Ray Hart. Catcher Tom Haller. Right fielder Ollie Brown. Left fielder Don Landrum. Shortstop Hal Lanier. And pitcher Ray Sadecki. For the New York Mets, second baseman Ron Hutt. Center fielder Cleon Jones. Third baseman Ken Boyer. First baseman Dick Stewart. Right fielder Jim Hickman. Left fielder Ron Swoboda. Catcher Jerry Grody. Shortstop Roy McMillan. And pitcher Jack Hamilton. This broadcast comes to you through the courtesy of Rheingold Breweries Incorporated, the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation, and the Sun Oil Company. Jack Hamilton, with a season's record of 3 wins and 2 losses, has finished his warm-up tosses. Tito Fuentes is coming up now, playing second base these days for the San Francisco Giants. He has a season's batting average of .328, 1 home run, and 4 runs batted in. This is the first meeting of the season between the Mets and the Giants. The Giants on top in the National League. Now the pitch, and it's outside for a ball. The umpire behind the plate is Lee Wire. Billy Williams at first. Tom Gorman at second. Tony Benson around at third. The Giants are on an 11-game winning streak. Again, Jack Hamilton looks into Grody to get a sign. Starts to work to Fuentes. A comebacker hit on the ground to Hamilton. He plays over to Stewart in time. There's one away. That'll bring up first baseman Len Gabrielson, hitting .216, 2 homers and 3 runs batted in. Willie McCovey did take batting practice. He is here in uniform. He has been suffering from a pulled muscle. Actually, the injury to McCovey occurred before the trade of Cepeda for Sadecki was announced. The trade had already been made, of course. There's the pitch to Gabrielson. Blowing away for a ball. Willie Mays is kneeling in the on-deck circle now for the San Francisco Giants. Here's a pitch, and it's high and away for a ball. Biggest crowd since opening day on hand here at Shea Stadium tonight. Fans are still coming in. It's an exciting night here at Shea Stadium. The crowd reaction you hear is to the lights flashing on the scoreboard. A little trouble getting the scoreboard operative. Here's a pitch, and it's in there. Front ball strike to Gabrielson. He's a left-hand batter. Again, Hamilton set to work, and the pitch misses outside to Len Gabrielson. One away and nobody on base for the Giants batting here in the top half of the first inning. Cookie Lavagetta on the coaching lines at first for the Giants, and Charlie Fox is the Giants coach around at third. Now the pitch. High and away, and it's a walk issued to Gabrielson. He stops to take off the shin guard that he wears to keep the fouling balls down under his leg. Goes on down to first, and Willie Mays is coming up. Willie Mays with a batting average of .270. 9 home runs this year and 23 runs batted in. Now the pitch, and it's low and away for a ball. Willie Mays, the National League's all-time career home run champion. This year he broke the record of Mel Ott, which had stood for so very many years. Hamilton now off the stretch with the pitch, and it's foul back and out of play. Jim Ray Hart waiting in the on-deck circle. Giants, of course, are managed by Herman Frank. Mays has a total of 514 career home runs. Here's a pitch low and away. And Mays asked that umpire Lee Wire examine the ball. He does, and he leaves it in play. Mel Ott's career record, of course, was 511 home runs. On the field for the Mets, Dick Stewart at first, Ron Hunt at second, Roy McMillan at shortstop, and Ken Boyer at third. Ron Swoboda on left, Cleon Jones in center, Jim Hickman in right. The pitch to Mays, rocks him back a little, across the letters. Jack Hamilton goes to the Rosenbach. Just 9 days ago in St. Louis, Ray Sadecki and Jack Hamilton opposed each other. Sadecki at that time, of course, was with the Cardinals. That night, Hamilton shut the Cardinals out with a one-hitter. Sadecki got the hit, a bunt single. Swinging a ground ball to short. Could be for two. McMillan over to Hunt for one. To throw on to first, a double play. The side is out. As Willie Mays hits into the double play to retire the side. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none out. Score at the end of a half inning is the Giants nothing and the Mets coming to bat. And there was a lot of excitement on the field before the start of the ball game with photographers and baseball writers and broadcasters all around. Many of them, of course, waiting on Willie Mays to make his belated appearance, which he did. Ron Hunt is coming up now. Hitting .271, he has 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. This is the first time Sadecki has pitched for the Giants. It is the first time he has pitched at all since he faced the Mets in St. Louis 9 days ago. Left-hander deals one. It's hit on the ground to the hole in the left for a base hit. Don Landrum comes up with the ball, plays it back, and Hunt on the first pitch has singled to left field. So the Mets get a base runner, and Cleon Jones is coming up. Cleon with a batting average of .294, 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. Ray Sadecki is 25 years of age. With the Cardinals this year, he won 2 and he lost 1. His loss was to the Mets. The score of that game was 8-0. Last year, Sadecki won 6 and lost 15. The year before, he was a 20-game winner for the world champion Cardinals. Last year, Sadecki against the Mets won none and lost 1. His lifetime record against the Mets is 3 wins and 4 losses. Now, he pitches to Cleon Jones. It's swung on and fouled up to the right side, out of play. The Giants on the field have Lynn Gabrielson at first base, Tito Fuentes at second, Al Lanier at short, and Jim Ray Hart at third. Don Landrum in left field, Willie Mays in center, and Ollie Brown in right. Tom Haller is the catcher. No score in this game, and we're in the bottom half of the first inning. Giants shade the defense toward right field against right-hand batter Cleon Jones. Sadecki deals, and the pitch is in there for a called strike. 2-strike count now to Cleon Jones. For the Mets on the coaching lines. At first base, Yogi Berra, and around at third, Whitey Herzog. Yogi Berra just turned 41 years of age. Manager Herman Frank pacing a little bit in the dugout of the San Francisco Giants. Now Sadecki checks Hunt at first, and here's the pitch to Cleon. Swung on it in the air to center field. Willie Mays hangs right there. Pounds the glove and puts it away. Hunt halfway on the fly ball to center, goes back to the bag at first with 1 man out. That brings up Ken Boyer. He and Sadecki were teammates for many years in St. Louis. Boyer's hitting .299 with the Mets, 3 home runs and 15 runs batted in. These Giants have won 21 games and lost only 7 this year for a percentage of .750. 4.5 games ahead of the second place Houston Astros. Fans are still coming in here. The estimate is that this crowd will be 50,000 plus tonight. When you look way up into the far corners of the upper deck and see not a single vacant seat, you know it's a big, big crowd. Here's a pitch, swung on and pops up towards shortstop. Al Lanier has called. He's there waiting, and he makes the catch. Hunt hustling back and didn't get there. He's doubled off. Ron Hunt started to hustle back too late on the infield pump, and he is doubled up at first base. So the side is retired. As Hunt had taken a lead and just didn't start back, and when he did start to hustle, he couldn't get back in time. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, and none left. Score at the end of an inning is the Giants nothing and the Mets nothing. The Giants are now up in the top of the second. Jim Ray Hart, the third baseman, right-hand batter. Jack Hamilton's pitch is low for a ball. Crowd reaction is to the lights on the scoreboard coming on once again. They've had a little problem with it. It's an alert crowd. They cheer almost anything that happens. Here's a pitch, swung on and popped up. And in the area of the plate, it is catcher Jerry Grody who makes the catch in foul territory. And he fires it down to first base to Stewart, and Jim Ray Hart almost turned right into that peg. He had to drop down to one knee to keep from getting beaten by the throw from Grody down to Stewart at first. So Hart is fouled out to the catcher, one away, and Tom Haller, the Giant catcher, is coming up. Haller's hitting .284. Jim Ray Hart, incidentally, is hitting .354. Haller hitting .284, hits the ball in the air to deep center, way back. And in the warning track, Cleon Jones makes the catch at the wall. Cleon Jones going to the 396-foot sign across the warning track to haul down the long drive off the bat of Tom Haller. Say, have you wished your favorite bartender a happy National Tavern Month yet? You've only got till the end of May to do that. And when you do, while you're at it, why don't you just buy him a nice full Rheingold or two. Ollie Brown is up. Takes low for a ball. Ollie Brown in his rookie season with the Giants, right fielder. His brother, Willie Brown, was a football star at the University of Southern California. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Swung on and foul back. Out of play. 1-1 to count. In Jack Hamlin's last two starts of 16 innings, he's allowed only 3 hits. A one-hitter against St. Louis. 2-hitter against Chicago, and a losing effort. This ball is looped into the air in right field. Hickman gets a late start, comes on and can't hang on to it. It's a base hit as he slides on by and may have jammed a wrist as he is hanging on to it, and time is called. Hickman tried to shoestring the ball, and he is hanging on to his arm or wrist out there in considerable pain at this moment, and trainer Gus March is coming out of the dugout and heading on out. And manager Wes Westram's going out there also as Hickman was injured and trying to shoestring that looper. He got a late start and then came in and tried to short hop it, had his glove on it, and then it rolled a few feet away. And it is apparent that he has been considerably injured on this play as Hickman is coming off the field now, being assisted by the trainer. And
boy, it looks like he might have broken it because he is being walked off and held very tightly. And when you see that, I'd have to say it's a good chance he might have broken his wrist.
Now coming out of the bullpen is Billy Murphy. He's a right-hand batter, and Billy Murphy is going to play right field in place of Jim Hickman for the Mets. That is the first Giant hit of the ball game. It puts Ollie Brown on at first, and Don Landrum is coming up. Landrum is hitting .111. He has 4 runs batted in. Now, Billy Murphy's going to play center, and Cleon Jones is going to play right in the Mets outfield alignment. Again, Hamlin set. Deals a pitch hit on the ground, a comebacker taken by Hamlin. He plays on to Dick Stewart, and the side is out. Giants got no runs. They had a hit, no errors, and 1 left. And the score at the end of an inning and a half is Giants nothing and the Mets nothing. Going now to the bottom of the second, Dick Stewart will lead off for the Mets. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard. Cincinnati scheduled at Chicago this afternoon against the Cubs, postponed because of rain and cold. Houston at Philadelphia tonight. The warm-up, Dick Farrell against Chris Short. Dodgers at Pittsburgh in a later start. Atlanta at St. Louis in a later start. In the American League, it's all-night action. The Yankees are at Kansas City, latest start. At the end of 2 innings, Baltimore 1, Cleveland nothing. Jim Palmer against Tom McDowell. The White Sox at Detroit against the Tigers, latest start. Washington against Minnesota, latest start. Boston at California in a later start. That's Baltimore 1, Cleveland nothing at the end of 2. Now the pitch to Stewart. Foul off to the right side and out of play. Dick Stewart's been up only 18 times for the Mets. Had 3 hits, 1 home run, and 2 runs batted in. He's hitting .167. Ray Sadecki with a record of 2 wins and 1 loss on the mound for the San Francisco Giants. That pitch is high for a ball. Sadecki said since he joined the Giants, it didn't look as though they needed pitching. They'd had nothing but great pitching since he joined them. 1-1 pitch. In there for a called strike. 1-2. Bob Boland is scheduled to pitch tomorrow for the Giants against Jack Fisher of the Mets. Swing and a foul ball off and out of play. 1-2 now to Stewart. Fortunately for the Mets, Juan Marichal is not scheduled to work in this series for the Giants. He worked last night in Pittsburgh. There is no score here, and we're in the bottom half of the second inning. Sadecki with a 1-2 pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground to short. Hal Lanier's there, up with it. Plays it across in time. Stewart grounds out short to first. That will bring up Bill Murphy. He bats number 5 in the order since he replaced Jim Hickman. Incidentally, with Fuentes playing second and Hal Lanier playing short for the Giants, that came about when Fuentes injured a heel, and they moved him over to second so he wouldn't have to move around as much, wouldn't have as much territory to cover. He looked so great there that they decided to leave him at second, and they put Lanier at shortstop. Here's a swing and a miss. Of course, they were aware that Fuentes started as a second baseman, and Lanier started as a shortstop. So now they are back at the positions they played originally. A strike one count to Murphy. That's in for strike 2. Murphy is still looking for his first major league base hit. He's been up 9 times without a hit this season. Drafted by the Mets from the New York Yankee organization. 2-strike delivery, and it misses low for a ball. Pops out of the glove of Tom Alla. He retrieves. 1-2. Again the pitch. Struck him out. Bill Murphy swinging for the first strikeout, credited to Sadecki. 2 away, and that will bring up Ron Swoboda. Before he comes up, we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, a General Electric station.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Kiner and Bob Murphy at Shea Stadium in New York. Swoboda's up to face Sadecki. The first pitch swung on and fouled off for strike 1. Swoboda had a home run off Sadecki on May 4th, 9 days ago in St. Louis. It was, for Ron Swoboda, his first home run of this season. He had 19 last year. So far this year, Swoboda's batting .132. He's been in and out of the lineup. The Mets battling the league-leading Giants here at Shea Stadium. And that pitch is high and away, 1-1. With about a week to go at the tag end of last season, the Giants seemed to have the National League pennant all locked up. But it didn't turn out that way. 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Now Swoboda settles himself carefully back into the batter's box. 2 men out and nobody on base for the Mets. They've had 1 hit off Sadecki. Hunt had a lead off it in the first inning. Here's a pitch. In there for a call, strike 3. Sadecki got him looking. So the side is retired with no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Score at the end of 2 innings is Giants nothing and the Mets nothing. Well, down on the field before the ball game, the photographers, as usual, were running rampant around Willie Mays, and more than one of them wanted to pose Willie Mays with Ralph Kiner to get a lot of home runs in one picture. Well, Mays is on the field, but we have Ralph in the booth, and here's Ralph Kiner.
Thank you, Lindsey, and hi to everyone. It's Hal Lanier to lead off with the Giants here in the top of the 3rd. No score, and Jack Hamilton with his first pitch. It's popped up on the first base side. Eddie Dick Stewart is there waiting in foul territory, and he makes the catch. So Hamilton picks up his first out here in the top of the 3rd. No score in the game, both sides with 1 hit. And the next batter will be Ray Sadecki. It was Ray who had the only hit against Jack Hamilton when the two met each other in St. Louis just a little over a week ago. It was a bunt to third base with 2 men out. Ray, before the ball game, was saying when asked, how's it feel to break up a no-hitter? Said, well, at the time he didn't think it had a thing to do with it. Ray, a left-hand batter, 3 hits and 7 times up. And he takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. Sadecki has 1 home run this year and has driven in 2 runs. His average is at .429. Next pitch back is in, a fastball at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. One base hit given up by Hamilton, picked up by Ollie Brown. Next pitch is out toward second base. Coming in quickly is Ron Hunt. He's toward the first base in plenty of time for the out. So 2 men away. And it will bring off the leadoff batter, Tito Fuentes. Tito bounced back to the mound his first time up, and now he's taking some time to allow Ray Sadecki to get back to the bench. Fuentes batting .323 this year. He has 1 home run and 4 runs batted in. 20 base hits. He's been up 62 times. Right-hand batter. 2 men away, top of the third, no score in the game. The Giants with 1 hit, the Mets with 1. And Jack Hamilton with a changeup, but it's outside and low. It's ball 1. And now Hamilton quickly back again, and the pitch is high and inside. A fastball moving Fuentes away from the plate. Ball 2. Charlie Fox, the coach at third base, sending the signs to the catcher, to the hitter, I should say, and at the same time quickly looking at Jack Hamilton, watching him carefully. 2-0 pitch is in, the fastball. Over the inside corner, belt high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Also, Cookie Lavagetto watching very intently. Next pitch is bunted out toward third. A real good bunt. A tough play for Ken Boyer. He comes up going and gets the man. It was a do-or-die play for Ken. He came in, picked it up barehandedly, and flipped over to first base, and they got Fuentes. A great play by Ken Boyer, and he was looking for the 2-out bunt. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no one left on. And the score at the end of 2.5, the Giants nothing, the Mets nothing.
Tired of starting the day the same old way? Then try tuning in WGY, where the pace changes with the personalities all morning long. If you're a bright and early riser, then at 5:45, the Chanticleer program will provide you with the tempo that really gets the day underway. At 7:10, WGY swings into a new segment with Bill Edwardson. Breakfast with Bill is as much a household routine in most homes as the first cup of coffee. His chronic inability to leave well enough alone stirs up howls and hornets' nests. Following hard on Bill's heels comes the inimitable Jerry Ducey. He's the man of 100 voices and the matching change of mood. The morning wouldn't be complete, though, without the woman's point of view. So at 11:30, Martha Brooks brings you inside an intelligent woman's world. Time to go to lunch? Take the portable along. WGY wants to keep pace right along with you.
Jerry Grody announced as he comes up to the batter's box. He'll be leading off here for the Mets, and will be followed by Roy McMillan and then the pitcher, Jack Hamilton. Ray Sadecki pitching for the Giants, making his first start in a San Francisco uniform. Jerry, a right-hand batter, and his first pitch is swung on, and it is missed, strike 1. Grody batting .244. He has 10 hits and 41 times up. No home runs. 1 strike delivery by the left-handers, hit high in the air on the second base side. Going back to second baseman, coming in the right fielder. And the right fielder, Ollie Brown, makes the catch. Tito Fuentes called for the ball and then was run off by Ollie Brown. That'll bring up Roy McMillan. Roy, a right-hand batter. Batting in the 8th batting position and batting .170. No home runs and 4 runs batted in. No score in the ball game, each side with 1 hit. First pitch is in for a called strike. Ray Sadecki working quickly now, back again, and the pitch is hit hard to short. Coming up with the ball, Howell there. A great play is thrown to first base in plenty of time. So Hal Lanier playing shortstop, coming up with a good play going to his left. Actually, a great play on a well-hit ball by Roy McMillan. He had to one-hand it and then had time as the ball was hit that hard to make a play at first base in plenty of time. Now Jack Hamilton will be the batter. Jack, a right-hand batter. And Ray Sadecki with his first pitch. It swung on and missed. The curveball breaking over, and Hamilton right over the top of it. Jack has had 2 hits and 12 times up. And Sadecki now back again, and again with a curve. This one stays high and away, and the count evens out at 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants nothing, the Mets nothing. 2 men out. We're in the bottom half of the third. Sadecki shaking off the first set of signs, gets another set from Tom Haller. Outfield shallow and straight away. Next delivery is Flight's foul. Out of play, and the count goes to 1-2. Len Gabrielson at first base. Tito Fuentes at second base. Alanier at shortstop, and Jim Rayhart at third. Now the pitch back to the plate, just low. Fastball's too low, ball 2. In the outfield, Don Landrum in left field, Willie Mays in center field, and Ollie Brown in right. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The next delivery is outside. Fastball missing just outside. And the count now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. On deck batter, Ron Hunt. Ray Sadecki at 3-2. And the pitch to Jack Hamilton is over and line to right field. But Ollie Brown is there. He goes to his right and makes the catch. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 ball well hit. And no one left on base. And the score at the end of 3. The Giants nothing, the Mets nothing. Did you ever stop to think of how many lonesome travelers there are here and yonder and how thirsty they get?
Well, I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I've been traveling on. I traveled here and then I...
From California to New York, the American folk singer travels here and yonder, carrying with him the music of the whole world and its peoples. And sometimes when the traveling gets thirsty, he puts down his guitar and accompanies himself with a cold beer, maybe Rheingold. And in New York City, where more songs and travelers stop than anywhere else in the world, more people buy Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. How come? Maybe it's the Oregon hops we use. Who knows? But we must be doing something right.
The New York Mets meeting the San Francisco Giants for the first time this year. First game of a 3-game series. Tomorrow it's going to be a day game. Game time will be at 2:15. And the Mets will then take on the Giants in the game on Sunday. Game time on Sunday will be at 2 o'clock. Tomorrow's game will see Jack Fisher pitching against the Giants. He'll be opposed by Bob Boland. So 2 right-handers going tomorrow. Right now, Jack Hamilton has completed his warm-up pitches, getting set to pitch to the first baseman for the Giants, Len Gabrielson. It'll be Len Gabrielson, Willie Mays, and Jim Rayhart here in the top of the 4th. No score in the ball game, both sides with 1 hit. And Jack into the windup. His first pitch is in at the knees, a fastball for a called strike. And Hamilton back low, and the pitch is just low, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Again with the fastball. Gabrielson last year batted .293 for the Cubs and Giants. He was quite a steal coming over from first Milwaukee and then the Cubs. In 1964, he batted .239 and upped that to .293 and 65. 1 ball, 1 strike. The next pitch back is outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Just before the pitch, home plate umpire asked to look at the ball. So Jack Hamilton, suspect in regards to not wiping his hands off after going to his mouth. Here's the 2-1 delivery to Gabrielson. It's fouled off. Ball going out of play, and the count evens out at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gabrielson batting .216 this year with 2 home runs and 3 runs batted in. Willie McCovey is about ready to get back in the lineup at first base. He's had a pulled muscle. 2-2 pitch is outside. So Jack Hamilton goes all the way out. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2 on Len Gabrielson, the leadoff batter in the top of the fourth. No score. Hamilton takes the signs, goes into the windup, and his pitch to Gabrielson is grounded out toward second base. Ron Hunt moves to his left, comes up with the ball in the dirt part of the infield, throws over to Dick Stewart, who had moved off the bag and then had time to get back. That'll bring up Willie Mays. Willie hit hard into a double play his first time up. He's hitting .267. And Hamilton with his first pitch. It's inside, ball one. Hamilton missing with a fastball just off the inside part of the plate. Willie has 9 home runs so far this year. He trails Hank Aaron, who leads the National League with 11. And he has driven in 23. In at bat 101 times. The 1-0 pitch is hit high in the air, foul, out of play. Ball over and back at first base into the stands. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. Mays twice has hit over 50 home runs in one season. Ties the National League record. And the next pitch back is low, and it's ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Total of 514 home runs in his major league career. Willie has a chance to pass 2 this year. Ted Williams and Jimmy Fox. The 2-1 pitch is grounded slowly toward third. A tough chance for Ken Boyer. He one-handed, comes up going, and Willie Mays beats it out, and he twisted his ankle as he moved on by first. So Willie might have hurt himself in pretty bad shape as he is in pain. It scored a base hit, and Willie, as he stepped on the bag, twisted his ankle, and we have something serious here. Jim Hickman went out of the ball game earlier when he either sprained or broke his left wrist. And now Willie Mays is on the ground as they attend to him with some great concern. Trainer Leo Hughes is out there checking him out. Willie does not appear to be in as much pain as when he first turned the ankle, but he is still sitting on the ground. Mays in his career has never had any permanent injuries, with the exception of 1952 when he was in the military service. And his first year in 1951, he has played in over 150 games every year. Now they're going to help him off the field. Or possibly. He's trying to stand on the right ankle, but not having too much success. He is upstanding. And now Willie is trying to put some extra weight on it. It appears to be that he will not be seriously injured and might stay in the game. Still some attention being paid as Willie goes down to lace up his shoes.
2 most interested parties there have been Cookie Lavagetta, the coach who got to him first, and Herman Franks, the manager, who got there shortly thereafter. And as you reported, Ralph, Willie's laced up that right shoe again, and apparently he's going to stay in the ball game.
Willie credited with a base hit, beating the hit out. Ken Boyer came in to barehand the top ball down toward third base and made a fine play on it, but Willie beat the throw. The throw was dropped by Dick Stewart. What of a score and a base hit as Willie beats the throw, and now the Giants have 2 hits in the ball game. No score, 1 man out. And there's still some concern at first base as Willie is being given more time for the foot to get better. In the National League, Cincinnati-Chicago postponed because of rain and cold. At the end of 1.5 innings, Houston nothing, Philadelphia nothing. Dick Farrell going for the Astros against Chris Short for Philadelphia. Now Willie Mays is on at first base. He's going to stay in the game. At the end of 1.5 innings, the Dodgers nothing, Pittsburgh nothing. Claude Osteen against Bryman. And Atlanta playing at St. Louis. Ken Johnson pitching for Atlanta against Al Jackson, who is making his first start. Last night they opened up the new stadium in St. Louis, and they had about 45 or so thousand people there as the Cardinals won it. In the American League all-night games, New York at Kansas City. At the end of 2, Baltimore 1, Cleveland nothing. Palmer against McDowell. The other games have yet to start. Right here, this one about to get underway, and the first pitch, as Jack Hamilton starts off to Jim Ray Hart, is taken in for a called strike. One away, we're in the top of the 4th, no score. Willie Mays leading off at first base, has a fairly good-sized lead. And the pitch to Hart is hit foul back underneath the radio booth. Strike 2. Strike 2 count on Jim Ray Hart. Jim fouled out his first time. He's batting .350. And the next delivery is in the dirt. Bounce. Willie's going for second. Here's the throw. It's a good one, but he's out. Willie Mays, who had spent a good 5 minutes on the ground after turning his ankle at first base, trying to go down, and he went down with some good speed to second base, but a great throw by Jerry Grody and a good tag by Ron Hunt, and he was thrown out. Ball was bounced in the dirt. The pitch back to the plate inside, it's ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Willie went down to the dugout and then went down into the clubhouse in the alley there. See what will come out of all this. He went down to second base with some good speed. He was hustling. Of course, it's when you stop running when it hurts. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Change up, hit foul. High change of pace, pulls foul deep into the left field stands. Foul by a good 100 or so feet. Balls, 2 strikes. Hamilton back to Hart, and a sidearm pitch is in there for a ball strike, and Hart was moving away from the plate. Hamilton picking up his first strikeout in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. And the score at the end of 3.5 innings, the Mets nothing, the Giants nothing.
So you're a specialist. Well, so is WGY. WGY caters to almost all of you who have an outstanding interest. Does the first blade of green grass head you for your gardening gear? Then tune in Garden Talk at 9:30 every Saturday morning. Ernie Tatro will be by the telephone along with Bill Starr and Don Christman of the Quality Bulb and Garden Center to answer your questions and help to solve your gardening problems. Do you thrill to the sport of kings? So does Howard Tupper. He shares his enthusiasm and his knowledge with you every Monday through Friday at 6:15 on Track Talk with Tup. Enjoy the intriguing behind-the-scenes view of Racing with Tup every evening, Monday through Friday. If you're a jazz connoisseur, Tuesday evening at 8:15 is going to be the high spot of your week. Just Jazz with Randy English is just that. From Dixieland to real cool jazz, the listening Tuesday night is fabulous. If you're a specialist, remember, so is WGY. A specialist in bringing you the best in information and entertainment all day long.
It's the Mets half of the 4th inning in a scoreless ball game. Ray Sadecki against Jack Hamilton. Ray has pitched to 9 Mets batters. He has given up 1 hit. That was to Ron Hunt, who led off in the ball game for the Mets. And now Ron will lead off here in the 4th. Sadecki has struck out 2 batters, walked none. Ron's base hit was a line shot to left field on the very first pitch of the game by Ray Sadecki. It'll be Ron Hunt, Cleon Jones, and Ken Boyer against the left-hander. And the first pitch. Curveball in. It's called a strike. Ron batting .282 with 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. And now Sadecki back again. And he pitches a fastball over the outside corner. He had that one by him. Strike two. Wind blowing out toward right field. And a big crowd on hand. A two-strike delivery, line to right field. Might go for extra bases. Ron Hunt going around first base. Takes a big turn and holds there as Ollie Brown gets it in a hurry with a perfect throw. Ollie Brown with a perfect throw in from right center field. And Ron Hunt had to put on the brakes and get back to first. So Ron now 2 for 2. It's all even. Giants have 2 and the Mets have 2, and the score is tied up at 0-0. And the batter for the Mets, Cleon Jones. Cleon flied out to Willie Mays his first time up in center field. His average at 288. 2 home runs and 8 runs batted in. And his first pitch is butted in the air. Tom Haller coming back, can't get to it. The ball not high enough. And it drops in foul territory. Ball bunted right over the top of Tom Haller's head. 1 strike count on Cleon Jones. On deck batter, Ken Boyer. Jim Ray Hart, the third baseman, already in, looking for another sacrifice attempt. Leading off at first base. Ray Sadecki in the set position. And it's pitched to the plate. It's swung on and fouled off. Out of play. Strike 2. Over 50,000 here tonight in the first of a 3-game series. Tomorrow, day game. Game time will be at 2:15. Sunday also a day game. Game time at 2 o'clock. 2-strike count. Sadecki now back again, and the pitch is just low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ray Sadecki, working for the Giants for the first time, has a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. His 1 loss coming against the Mets and Jack Hamilton, who is his opposition on the mound here tonight. Ray traded for Orlando Cepeda. Now he sets up again. Hunt dancing at first base, and Sadecki comes back to the plate, and the ball is grounded slowly towards short. Picked up by Lanier, thrown over to second base, and Fuentes was not on the bag. All hands are safe. Safe, and now Herman Franks comes out to argue along with Al Lanier and Tito Fuentes. Being scored an error on Fuentes for not being on the bag. Second base umpire Tom Gorman indicating right after the call with his hands spread wide apart that he was off the bag by that distance. Fuentes had no chance at all to throw on to first base, so his carelessness there costing the Giants an out. Ball was hit slowly down to Lanier at shortstop. He hurried to throw over to second base. Cleon Jones, who is a real speedster, had the distance from home to first base covered almost completely, and Fuentes, who had moved off the bag, did not even throw the ball. So the first error of the ball game. The Mets have runners at first and second base for the first time in the game, with no one out here in the bottom half of the fourth. No score, and Ken Boyer's the batter. Fuentes a final word to Tom Gorman as he stands in front of second base. And Herman Franks now going back to the dugout. Boyer popped to the shortstop his first time up. And he hits the ground ball hard, deep to the shortstop. A fine play by Lanier. The throw to second base is in time, and this time Fuentes stays on the bag, and he does not throw on to first. Moving over to third base on the play, Ron Hunt. Good play by Hal Lanier on a ball that was a one-hopper hit hard. He got the one-hop deep in the shortstop hole, turned quickly and fired to second base where Fuentes made the play. and he stayed on the bag. So the Mets now have runners at first and third. The Giants have one man out, and the batter coming up is Dick Stewart. Dick grounded out the shortstop his first time up, and the Giants are playing their infield back, looking for the double play. Ray Sadecki in the set position. His first pitch is bunted out toward, or tried to bunt out toward second base, and missed by Stewart at strike one. Stewart trying to push the ball out toward second base. Missed it completely, and Ron Hunt, after faking the throw by Tom Haller, back to third. Joe Gibbon and Lindy McDaniel are warming up quickly in the bullpen for the Giants. One strike count. Dick Stewart the batter. Boyer at first base. And the next pitch is low. A curveball breaking down below the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stewart batting .158 this year. Has hit 1 home run, driven in 2. And now Sadecki to the plate, and the pitch is hit high in the air in foul territory, and a chance for Tom Haller. He's waiting, and he makes the catch. Boyer, who was tagged up at first base, moves off the bag, but does not make any definite move toward second base, and Ron Hunt stays at third. And now, while we wait for Billy Murphy to come up, we'll pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, a General Electric station. The time now is 1 minute until 9.
Ralph Kiner along with Lindsey Nelson and Bob Murphy from Shea Stadium. A scoreless ball game. The Mets with runners at first and third with 2 out here in the bottom half of the fourth. And the batter is Billy Murphy, who is looking for his first major league hit. Billy came in the game to replace Jim Hickman, who injured his left wrist while trying to make a diving catch in the outfield. Murphy has been at bat 9 times. And there's a drive deep to left. It's going way back. Going to be for extra bases. And it's a home run. With his first major league hit, a big one, a 3-run home run, and the Mets lead 3-0. Now the batter is Ron Swoboda, and he pops the first pitch up. It's high in the air in foul territory. Then Gabrielson coming in to call for it, and he makes the catch, and that retires the side. But Billy Murphy, a man who almost did not stay with the Mets, he was talked about on cutdown date, talked about the fact that he would be sent out, hanging on and getting a base hit. A long home run for his first major league base hit. And it put the Mets in front by a score of 3-0. Murphy had been at bat 9 previous times without a hit. In the inning, 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and no one left on base. And the score at the end of 4, the Mets lead the Giants 0. And now, once again, here's Lindsey.
All right, Ralph, tomorrow afternoon the Giants will be here again in a game that will start at 2:15 New York time, and on Sunday afternoon a single game that will start at 2 p.m. Monday is off, and then the Cincinnati Reds come in. The Cincinnati Reds will be here on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon, and that will conclude the current homestand of the New York Mets. Tickets are now on sale for any or all of those games. Well, you never know how things work out in the game of baseball. Billy Murphy was drafted from the New York Yankee organization. And coming up to cutdown date, midnight night before last, did not have a base hit yet in the Major League, but was kept in spite of that fact. And so tonight has hit his first home run, which is his first Major League hit, to account for 3 runs, and the Mets lead 3-0. Tom Haller's up now, and Hamilton's pitch is outside for ball 1. Haller has been up 1 time, and he flied out to center field. Jack Hamilton Again starts to work. The right-hander with the 1-0 delivery, and it's low and away for a ball. 2-0. A home run by Billy Murphy. Was to left center out near the 396-foot sign, disappearing over the wall. Willie Mays gave chase right to the wall. Here's a pitch in for a called strike. It's 2-1. The Mets are leading here by a score of 3-0. Four inning totals for the Mets: 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. For the Giants, no runs, 2 hits, 1 error. Now the pitch, and it's in for a call. Strike 2. 2-2. Calla argues the call with umpire Lee Wire behind the plate. The Giants riding the crest of an 11-game winning streak. And their bulge over the second-place Houston Astros in the National League standings is 4.5 games. His second strikeout. Coming in with the fastball to strike him out, and that brings up rookie right fielder Ollie Brown, who's been up one time, looped the single to right, on which Hickman injured his left wrist and left the ball game. Hickman is being attended by Mets team physician Dr. Peter Lamont. Will be taken to the hospital for X-rays and treatment. Here's a pitch, and it's a little high and tight. Ball 1. Again, Hamilton starts to work. Pitch to the right-hand batter is inside for ball 2-0. During the 11-game winning streak, the Giants have outscored the opposition 71 runs to 22. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Swung on it on the ground to third. Taken by Boyer. He throws across in time. What a play by Ken Boyer at third. That ball was slammed down there. Boyer stabbed and had it and threw on in time. 2 away. Now Don Landrum's coming up. Left-hand batting left fielder. Went up one time, hit a comebacker to Hamilton. On this road trip, the Giants have won 6 and lost none. The Giants have won their last 8 road games coming in here tonight. The only road losses were indoors at the Astrodome in Houston on April 22nd and 23rd. Here's a pitch outside for a ball. Now the 1-0 delivery, and it's swung on and laced on a line into right field for a base hit. Cleon Jones up with it, plays it back. Landrum turns and holds with a single to right. That is base hit number 3 for the Giants off Hamilton here tonight. Comes with 2 men out in the top half of the 5th and brings up Hal Lanier. He's been up one time and went out to first base. Now Hamilton's pitch, and it's in there for a call strike to Hal Lanier. Playing shortstop these days and playing it exceedingly well. The son of former Major League pitcher Max Lanier. Tall and rangy from St. Petersburg, Florida. Here's a pitch, and it's swung on, hit on the ground toward Hunt. He's over, up with it, flipped it to McMillan for the fourth, and the side is out. As Lanier has grounded into the fourth play from Hunt to McMillan that got Landrum sliding into second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. Score at the end of 4.5 innings is the Mets 3, the Giants nothing. We'll be going now to the bottom half of the 5th inning, and the Mets will send up catcher Jerry Grody, who bats number 7 in the order. He's a right-hand batter. He's been up one time, and he flied out to right field. Facing left-hander Ray Sadecki. Into the motion, and the pitch, breaking ball in there for a call, strike 1. Scheduled up in this inning, Jerry Grody, Roy McMillan, and Jack Hamilton. Now the pitch, breaking ball high. Pulled the string a little on him that time. It's 1-1. The Mets are leading by a score of 3-0. More than 50,000 fans are buzzing here in the stands tonight. Here's a 1-1 delivery. It's high for a ball. 2-1. Big crowd on hand and lots of excitement here at Shea Stadium tonight as the Giants have come back to New York for the first time in 1966. 2-1 pitch. Popped up foul back of first. Drifting on over into the stands and out of play.
Taylor will be
York tomorrow to Shea Stadium.
Now the report from Public Relations Director Harold Weissman of the New York Mets that while the full extent of Jim Hickman's injury has not yet been determined, it has been determined that he is so seriously injured that he will be placed immediately on the disabled list, and Hawk Taylor has been recalled from Jacksonville and will report tomorrow to the Mets. Hawk Taylor, a catcher. Here is a pitch low for a ball. Full count now, 3-2 to Grody. So the Mets will have three catchers once again. Grody, Stevenson, and now Hawk Taylor. So now, for the first time, with Hickman on the disabled list and off the roster, Choo-Choo Coleman having been sent to Jacksonville, the Mets are without any member of the original expansion draft for the first time in their history. Roy McMillan is waiting in the on-deck circle. Now the payoff pitch. It's low, and Grody draws a leadoff walk from Ray Sadecki. The Mets get a leadoff base runner. Roy McMillan coming up, been up one time and grounded out short to first. He slammed the ball to shortstop, and Hal Lanier made a fine fielding play on it.
Hawk Taylor, John Burke, second Jacksonville, is first base at the shelter in the division of catching.
McMillan, the right-hand batter. His left-hand pitcher, Ray Sadecki, checks the run at first. Here's the pitch. Mack bunts it up into the air. A foul ball back into the seats and out of play. It's the top of the screen and right on over into the seats. A further note on the recall of Hawk Taylor. Vice President Johnny Murphy of the Mets reports that at Jacksonville, Hawk Taylor, in addition to catching, has been playing first base and the outfield. He's been batting cleanup in manager Salahimas' batting order there, as the Jacksonville team got off to a fine start in International League play this year. Here's the pitch, and it's in for a called strike. Two-strike delivery. Former Mayor Wagner was presented with a leather-encased sterling silver replica of a Major League Baseball engraved with a lifetime pass to the Mets before tonight's ball game, inscribed in appreciation for bringing National League Baseball back to New York. The ball bore the autographs of the Mets Board of Directors, who were the host to the former mayor at dinner before tonight's game. Runner goes. There is a swing and a miss, and he struck him out, but going on to second is Grody on the play as the ball was dropped by catcher Tom Haller. So it's a strikeout credited to Sadecki, his third, as McMillan is out swinging. But a stolen base is credited to Jerry Grody as he moved on down, and now coming up is Jack Hamilton. He lined out to right field last time up. Action in the bullpen of the Giants. Ron Hervel and Lindy McDaniel. Hamilton's a right-hand batter. Sadecki's pitch is in there for a called strike. One away with a runner at second. Ron Hunt has moved out to the on-deck circle. Sadecki checks the runner and deals a strike one pitch. Swung on and missed. Pulled a string on him that time. A two-strike count now to Jack Hamilton. Fans are packed in here tonight. Here's a pitch swung on and missed. Haller dropped it, picks it up, throws to first now. No advance. Holding at second is Grody. Make it a K and a 2-3 if you're scoring. Fourth strikeout for Sadecki. Brings up Ron Hunt, who is 2 for 2. Single in the first, single in the fourth. Hunt has his batting average up to .292 now for the season. Jerry Grody in scoring position at second base. Sadecki checks. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lined into left. Landrum's coming over, and he's there, and he makes the catch of the line drive. Ball was hit on the nose by Hunt, but lined at Landrum, who dropped down to one knee and making the grab. Decided retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, one walk, one left. The score at the end of 5. The Mets 3 and the Giants nothing. Ray Sadecki is up for the Giants here in the top half of the 6th inning.
Ladies and
Mason is going to bat for Sadecki. It is Don Mason, a left-hand batter. He's up there and takes the pitch in for a called strike. Left-hand batter, Don Mason, batting in place of Ray Sadecki as we go to the top half of the sixth inning. 1-1 now to Mason. Been up 5 times without a hit so far this year. The Mets lead by a score of 3-0. Jack Hamilton, who started on the mound for the Mets, is still in there. Here's the pitch. Swung on and fouled on the left field line into the seats and out of play. It's 1-2 now. Don Mason is a native of Boston, Massachusetts. Makes his home now in Newton, Massachusetts. Hamilton started to pump and stepped off the rubber. Mets are playing Mason straight away defensively. Now that they've gone 1-2, Boyer's back even with the bag at third, swinging a ground ball toward Hunt at second. Hunt's up with it. He plays to Stewart, and there is one away. That'll bring up the top of the batting order for the Giants, Tito Fuentes. He's gone nothing for 2 tonight. Tried to bunt his way on in the third inning, and Boyer threw him out.
Hickman suffered a dislocated joint of the left wrist. He has reduced it under local anesthesia. Now taken to the hospital for confirmation. The X-ray will be out at least 4 weeks, probably longer.
First pitch, hit on the ground, shortstop. And the throw over is in time. He's out at first base. That'll bring up Len Gabrielson as Fuentes grounded out from short to first. The report from Dr. Peter Lamont, the Met team physician, on Jim Hickman is that he has suffered a dislocated joint of the left wrist, will be out at least 4 weeks. Say there, Smoker, right now might be a good time for you to light up a Viceroy. But then any time you light one up, you'll find Viceroy's got the taste that's right. The pitch to Gabrielson's outside for a ball. Hickman is going to be taken now to the hospital for reconfirmation of the diagnosis and treatment. Pitch is high and away. 2-0. But we repeat that Jim Hickman will be out at least 4 weeks. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And it's in for a called strike, 2-1. A dislocated joint of the left wrist. Gabrielson is backed out of the batter's box for a moment. Takes off the glove, now slips it back on. Hamilton waiting patiently on the mound. Hit in the air to left field. It's going to be a long run over for Swoboda. He's going full tilt, gets there and makes the catch. So the side is out in order. Top of the sixth, no runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And the score at the end of 5.5 innings is the Mets 3 and the Giants nothing.
It's the top of the evening to you when you tune in WGY, the tops in information, the tops in entertainment. At 6 o'clock, WGY brings you the complete news roundup. 15 minutes of national, international, and up-to-the-minute local news that has shaped the day. At 6:20, it's time to visit Kelly's Corner for good talk and relaxing listening. The quiet charm of Kelly's Corner is compounded of music that blends easily with intimate dining, and stories of the odd, strange, and curious that are interspersed through the show in our own style. How about the title Tuxedo Junction? Does that bring on a nostalgic mood? Then don't miss Kelly's Club at 8:05 on WGY. If you lived through the big band era, or you're one of the younger ones who have started the big revival, this is the listening for you. We've been among the big bands, and we bring you the best of a never-to-be-duplicated era. Make every evening exciting listening time by tuning to WGY Schenectady.
The new pitcher for the Giants is Ron Herbel, coming into the game now to make his 8th appearance of this season. He started 3 games. He has a record of no wins, no losses. Pitched 24 and 2/3 innings, in which he's allowed 29 hits, 10 runs. His earned run average is 3.24. Ron Herbel, right-hander, on in relief of Ray Sadecki, who worked the first 5 innings, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits. He struck out 4 and he walked 1. gave up a 3-run homer to Bill Murphy in the bottom half of the 4th inning to account for the 3 Met runs. It will be Cleon Jones, Ken Boyer, and Dick Stewart scheduled up here for the Mets in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Tomorrow afternoon now, game time is 2:15 here at Shea Stadium. Bob Boland will go for the Giants and Jack Fisher for the Mets. And then on Sunday, it's a single game, so game time is 2 p.m. Cleon Jones, batting number 2 in the order, has gone nothing for 2 tonight. Right-hander Ron Herbal pitches low and away for a ball. Pitch, and it swung out and missed. 1-1. Willie Mays, who turned an ankle at first base early in the ballgame, apparently is suffering no ill effects in coming and going from center field since. He hasn't been favoring it at all. Last time out, Ron Herbal went 4 innings against the Cardinals, pitched shutout baseball. Here's a swing and a drive down the right field line. If it's fair, and it is, going to the corner for extra bases. Jones on his way to second. It's run down in the corner by Ollie Brown. Cleon Jones is on his way to third. No relay, no play made on the triple as he slides in. A triple here for Cleon Jones leading off the 6th inning. It is his 2nd triple of the season. So quickly the Mets have a runner at third and nobody out here in the bottom half of the 6th inning with Ken Boyer coming up. Boyer was on base when Bill Murphy hit his 3-run homer in the 4th inning. And for Boyer, that was his 1,000th run in his National League career. Made him the 9th active player to reach that plateau. 5 active National League players have done it. Mays, Matthews, Aaron, Gilliam, and Banks. Here's the pitch now to Boyer. In for a called strike. Only 3 active American leaguers have scored 1,000 runs. Mantle, Frank Robinson, and Kaline. So it's Boyer up here now as the Giants move the infield up to try to cut off the run at the plate. There's nobody out, and Ron Herbal works straight away. The pitch is low for a ball. It's 1-1. And the big crowd of more than 50,000 now starts the chant of Let's Go Mets. Some of them do. Some of them still buzzing over the triple by Cleon Jones. Fans are standing 3 or 4 deep down in the lower deck here. There's a pitch low, and it's coming back. Coming home is Cleon Jones, and he scores. That ball came on back, and the Mets lead by a score of 4-0. It scored as a wild pitch. A wild pitch charged against Ron Herbal. It was low and away, and Tom Haller tried to get it. It ended in the dirt and came on back, and Cleon Jones streaked from third and scored. So the Mets have their 4th run. Here's a pitch in for a strike. It's 2-2 now to Boyer. Ron Herbal with a 2-2 delivery, low and away. So the count is out full now. 3 balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Herbal bends from the waist and getting the sign. Starts to work. Payoff pitch. Swung on it. Missed. Struck him out. So Boyer is out swinging. 1 away. Now Dick Stewart's coming up. Has grounded out and fouled out to the catcher in tonight's game so far. The Mets came into tonight's game in 7th place in the National League standings with a record of 9 wins and 11 losses. 8 games behind the league-leading Giants, but only 3.5 games behind the 2nd place, Houston Astros. Now Stewart backs out of the batter's box a moment. Bill Murphy's on deck. What a night for this young fellow. His first major league hit turning out to be a 3-run homer. That pitch is in for a called strike. One away, nobody on base. The wind's blowing out toward right field here tonight. Pitch is swung on and hit to right, high in the air, but playable to Ollie Brown. He moves over underneath, and he makes the catch. 2 away, and now Bill Murphy's coming up. Listen to the hand for Murphy. got to be music to the ears of a young fella in his first year in the major league. Now pitch this in for a called strike. 2 men out, nobody on base. Ron Herbel with a no wind-up delivery and a breaking ball. It's inside. 1-1. Ron Swoboda is on deck. One pitch. Got the outside corner for a call, strike 2. It's 1-2 to Billy Murphy. Herbel went to a sidearm delivery that time. Now the 1-2 pitch. Low for a ball. It's 2-2. Two men out as Herbel looks for a sign from Tom Haller. Gets it 2-2 pitch. Swung on it and missed. Struck him out. He checked the swing, but headed threw it too far. Herbel got 2 strikeouts in the inning. But the Mets got a run on a hit. No errors, a wild pitch, and none left. And the score at the end of 6 full innings is the Mets 4 and the Giants nothing. Bob Murphy will be along in just a moment to detail the play-by-play. Right now, what does Mr. Donahue do when his daughter and her beau take over the living room? Listen.
Oh, his name is Tis McGuire, and I'll quickly tell to you, 'tis me sister he admires, named Katie Donahue. She's fair and fat and sporty, and believe me when I say, every time that he comes courting her, you can hear me mother say,
Johnny, get up from the fire, get up and give the man a seat. Don't you see it's Mr. McGuire and he's courting your sister Kate. You know pretty well he owns a farm a little way out of town. Will you get up out of there and be taking the air and let Mr. McGuire sit down?
And in New York City, when Johnny gives up his chair, Father, too, may retire from the scene for some peace and quiet and Rheingold Extra Dry. Maybe it's our double fermentation he's fond of. But whatever it is, we must be doing something right.
Will you get up out of there and be taking the air and let Mr. McGuire sit down?
Willie Mays leads off as we go to the 7th inning with the New York Mets in front by a score of 4-0. Eddie Cranepool is now playing first base for New York. Here's the pitch to Willie. Low and outside, it's ball 1. Now Hamilton out of his windup, delivers to Willie a towering infield pop fly. Calling for it is Roy McMillan. Near the edge of the infield grass, he takes it for the out. That was a tremendously high infield pop fly. Right here we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, the smoothest sound around, a General Electric station. The time is now 9:30.
Bob Murphy with Lindsey Nelson and Ralph Kiner from Shea Stadium. Jim Ray Hart is the hitter with 1 out, nobody on, top of the 7th inning. And the pitch is taken, ball 1. The outfield is stride toward left against the right-hand hitter. Way inside, he had to jump back. 2 balls and no strikes. Strong wind blowing from left field across toward right. The breeze is much stronger now than it was in the earlier part of the ball game. Now Hamilton out of his windup, 2-0 delivery, up high, ball 3, 3-0. Tonight's crowd might very well be the largest of the home season. On opening day against Atlanta, the Mets attracted over 52,000. 3-0 delivery, ball 4 is low, and Jim Ray Hart walks on 4 pitches. That is only the second walk given up by Jack Hamilton. It brings up the catcher, Tom Haller. Haller has flied deep to center and been struck out, nothing for 2. On his long fly to center field, Cleon Jones got a great jump on the ball and caught it right up against the fence. Here's the pitch to the left-hand hitter, a strike on the outside corner. We'll have warm-up action now in the New York Mets bullpen.
Now Hamilton pitching from the stretch. Delivers to Haller, and it's inside at the knees. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cookie Lavagetto coaching at first base, and Charlie Fox on the lines at third. 1-1 delivery. A fly ball hit deep to left center field. It's way out there. Running hard is Billy Murphy. This one is up, and it's gone. A home run. Tom Haller hitting a 2-run homer. And it's now Mets 4 and the Giants 2. He hit the ball, and it kept slicing off toward left center. It went over the fence just above the 396-foot mark. For Tom Haller, his 4th home run of the year, his 16th and 17th runs batted in. And now it's the Mets 4 and the Giants 2. Well hit drive to the opposite field by lanky receiver Tom Haller for his 4th round tripper. Now the hitter is Ollie Brown, the right fielder. Here's the pitch by Hamilton. Inside, driving him back to the plate. 1 ball and no strike. Jerry Grody takes time now to go out to the mound. Dick Selma and Dave Eilers getting ready in the bullpen. Now Hamilton winds and pitches to Ollie Brown. His fastball is down the middle for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now it'll be Gordon Richardson warming up along with Dick Selma in the Mets bullpen. 1-1 delivery. Inside, ball 2, it's 2-1. Now Hamilton goes to the rising bag. Billy Murphy swung around to left center against Ollie Brown. He had to bail out of there, and the count goes to 3 balls and a strike. Don Landrum, the left fielder, is the on-deck hitter. Then the shortstop, Hal Lanier. And Herman Franks now has his bullpen on call as the Giants get down toward the number 9 position in the batting order. Hamilton behind on the count, 3-1. Jack had given up only 1 walk when he walked Jim Ray Hart. Ball 4, it's too high. That's his 2nd walk in this inning. 3rd walk in the game by Hamilton. It brings up Don Landrum. Landrum, a left-hand hitter. Drilled a single to right field his last time up. He has 1 for 2. And now Wes Westrom is on his way to the mound and has signaled, I believe, already for the pitching change with Dick Selma to come in. Or possibly Gordon Richardson. He has the left-hander Richardson if he wants to bring him in. Or he can bring the right-hander, figuring that Herman Franks would put up a pinch hitter. Everybody gathering around Wes Westrom. Mets leading 4-0 coming into the 7th inning. A 1-out walk to Jim Ray Hart, and then a 2-run homer by Tom Haller makes it 4-2. Dick Selma, the right-hander, will come in to pitch to the left-hand hitter. Had he brought in the left-hander, Herman Franks undoubtedly would have gone to a right-hand pinch hitter. Lindy McDaniel and Bob Pretty are warming up in the Giant bullpen.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming in to pitch for the Mets, number 39.
Hamilton leaving the ball game after pitching 6 1/3, and the announcement now by Jack Lee that Dick Selma is coming in. At the moment, Hamilton has given up 2 runs, allowed just 4 hits, and here's the ovation for Jack Hamilton. Jack Hamilton pitching 6 1/3, allowed just 2 runs, 4 hits. He walked 3 and struck out 2. Hamilton has been pitching very consistent ball for the New York Mets. Now Dick Selma is coming on in relief. Dick started the year as a starting pitcher. He had 2 starting assignments, then went to the bullpen. And in the bullpen, he has certainly performed well. In 4 relief outings, he has worked 8 innings, allowed only 1 run. And Selma in relief has picked up victories over the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Houston Astros. So Dick, the hard-throwing right-hander from Fresno, California, has won 2 and lost 1. This will be his 5th relief appearance. Don Landrum, line drive type hitter, a left-hand hitter, will be the first man up against Selma. Umpire Lee Wire counting off the warm-up pitches now by Selma. First 2 times out this year, as the starting pitcher, Selma worked from the full windup. Wes Westrom and his pitching coach, Harvey Haddix, felt that the opposing hitters were reading the pitches so that they had a chance to dig in on Selma's fastball. So they suggested that Dick try to work without a big windup, and he has gone to that modified semi no windup pad delivery, and has been much better since doing so. Now we're set to go. Ollie Brown is on first base. 1 man out. The hitter is Don Landrum. The pitch by Selma. A line drive hit to right center for a base hit. It's rolling back toward the wall. Brown is on his way to third. Leon Jones pegs the ball in. Held to a long single is Don Landrum. And the Giants, striking back, now have the tying runs on. Now Hal Lanier is being called back, and Willie McCovey is coming out of the Giant dugout. Willie McCovey will bat for Hal Lanier. McCovey out of the starting lineup as the result of a muscle pull in his leg. He's all right for pinch hitting duties, and now is coming up to hit for Hal Lanier. McCovey is hitting .301. He has 3 home runs and 19 runs batted in. So a difficult spot here for Dick Selma. Don Landrum ripping his first pitch into right center. And now Wes Westrom is again moving to the mound, and Gordon Richardson will pitch to Willie McCovey. Gordon Richardson will pitch to Willie McCovey. Mets lead slashed to 2 runs, and the Giants have the tying runs on first and third. So we're waiting now for Gordon to make his appearance. Now he comes through the gate and is on his way to the mound. Wes Westrom going percentage-wise here. He wants the southpaw to pitch to McCovey, the left-hand power hitter. In the National League, Cincinnati and Chicago rained out today. Houston and Philadelphia, no score tonight at the end of 5 1/2. Kurt Farrell against Chris Short. The Pirates, behind Woody Fryman, lead the Dodgers 2-0 at the end of 4 innings. The Dodgers pitching Claude Osteen. The Atlanta Braves and the St. Louis Cardinals, no score after 1 inning. Ken Johnson pitching for Atlanta, and little Al Jackson is on the mound for the St. Louis Cardinals. In the American League, with Whitey Ford pitching for the Yankees lead Kansas City 2-0 after 1.5. Chuck Dobson pitching for the A's. The Orioles, behind Jim Palmer, lead Cleveland 2-1 with the Indians hitting in the last of the 7th inning. They have Sudden Sam McDowell on the mound. Al Kaline has homered in the 2nd at Detroit, and the Tigers lead the White Sox 1-0 in the last of the 2nd. Joe Horland against Denny McLean. Washington on a first-inning home run by Fred Valentine, leading Minnesota 1-0 after an inning and a half. Duckworth against Jim Cox. The Red Sox play the Angels tonight in Anaheim. Now Willie McCovey is being called back, and right-handed batter Cap Peterson will hit for McCovey. So Cap Peterson is going to bat for Willie McCovey. Willie McCovey was announced for Hal Lanier. Wes Westrom changing to a left-hander, Gordon Richardson. Now Herman Franks, the Giant manager, retaliating and playing percentages as he sends up the right-hand batter, Cap Peterson, to bat for the left-hander, Stretch McCovey. For Gordon Richardson, this will be his 6th relief appearance this year. Gordon lost the ball game here at Shea Stadium on a dramatic 9th-inning home run by Kurt Flood of the Cardinals. He has not been scored on his last 2 times out in relief. Gordon from Colquitt, Georgia. A lifetime record of 6 wins and 4 losses. Now here we go. Runners at first and third, 1 out. Cap Peterson, a right-hand hitter, is batting for Stretch McCovey. Mets have the infield hoping for a shot at the double play. The outfield a step to left. Peterson, spikes planted wide apart, lashes the bat around, waiting on Richardson. Now the pitch. A high fly hit deep to center. Back goes Billy Murphy. He's under it. Makes the catch. Tagged up is Ollie Brown. He'll come down the line to score, and it's a 4-3 ball game. Now it is 4-3. The Mets lead cut to a single run. Jim Davenport coming out of the Giant dugout. He will hit for the pitcher, Ron Herbel. Giants have a very strong bench, and Herman Frank's going to that bench trying to get even here in the 7th inning. He has now used from the bench Willie McCovey, Cap Peterson, and now Jim Davenport. Davenport hitting .265, has 2 home runs and 6 runs batted in. So the run scored off Ron Herbel. The last of the 6th inning is the difference in the game right at the moment. Giants have the tying run. Landrum on first base, 2 down. Here's the pitch on the way. A shot hit on the ground into center field for a base hit. Rounding second is Landrum. He's on his way to third. He's held up there by Charlie Fox. And the Giants have runners on first and third. Davenport delivering with a whistling ground shot. The ball hit as a low line drive off the front part of the mound and took a long high hop beyond the reach of Roy McMillan and on into center field. Now Dennis Rybat is working in the Mets bullpen. Giants now have the tying run 90 feet away, and the hitter is Tito Fuentes, batting at .303. Right-hand hitter has gone 0 for 3 in tonight's game. He tried to bunt his way on back in the third. It took a great play by Ken Boyer to get him. Right-hand hitter bats out of a crouch. The pitch by Richardson. Low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Mets were leading 4-0 as the Giants came up here in the 7th inning. Jack Hamilton retired Willie Mays, the leadoff batter, but he walked Jim Ray Hart. It was only the 2nd walk Jack had given up. Tom Haller hit a long home run to left center. Ollie Brown reached on a walk. The Mets changed pitchers. Now the pitch. Under the knees, 2 balls and no strikes. Len Gabrielson is the on-deck hitter. Tito Fuentes is the 8th man up in the inning. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's popped up. Down the first baseline. Clean pool and foul ground is under it. Waiting, makes the catch as the wind brings it back into fair territory. So Gordon Richardson made the big pitch on 3-2 and gets Tito Fuentes. Giants roaring back in the 7th inning, score 3 runs. On 3 hits, no errors, 2 left on. At the end of 6 1/2, the score, the New York Mets 4 and the San Francisco Giants 3. Veteran right-hand relief star Lindy McDaniel in the game now for the Giants. Jim Davenport now playing shortstop. Davenport will be hitting in the ninth position. And the pitcher, Lindy McDaniel, will be hitting in the number 8 position, previously occupied by Hal Lanier. For Lindy McDaniel, this will be his 9th appearance. Lindy has won 1 and lost 1. He's worked a total of 17 and a third innings. Giants fighting back into it by scoring 3 on the top of the 7th. Mets now hope to go on the attack against Lindy McDaniel. Ron Swoboda is up. 6-swing grounder, a fair ball down the first baseline. Gabrielson makes the unassisted play, 1 man down. One out and nobody on. It brings up Jerry Grody. Lindy McDaniel, in relief, lost the ball game early in the year to the Cubs on the 14th of April. And won a game from the Dodgers in relief. So he's won 1 and lost 1. One ball, no strikes on Jerry Grody. Overhand fastball is taken low. 2 balls and no strikes. Giants gave up 2 rookies. A pitcher, Bill Hands, and a catcher, Randy Hundley, to get Lindy McDaniel. They also got Don Landrum. Fouled off the mask of plate umpire Lee Wire, and it knocked the mask right off his face. Lindy McDaniel, for a long time now, has been one of the busiest firemen in baseball. He was in 71 games last year, 63 the year before that. The last 6 years, he has been in at least 55 ball games, usually more. McDaniel first started out with the St. Louis Cardinals in 1955. 2 balls and 1 strike on Jerry Grody. Mets 4, Giants 3, last of the 7th. Now the pitch to him. He had to bail out of there. It was way inside. 3 balls and a strike. Lindy makes his home in Baytown, Texas. 3-1 delivery. Too high, ball 4. Jerry Grody goes to first base. Let's have a base runner against Lindy McDaniel with 1 man out, and it brings up Roy McMillan. Mack in tonight's game had a hit taken away from him on a good play by shortstop Al Lanier, and he was struck out in the 5th inning. So Roy is 0 for 2. With a pitcher due up next, let's see how the Mets play it. Grody leading off first. Here's the pitch on the way. The runner goes, hit and run, a swing and a miss. The peg to second, to slide, out at second base. Mets playing hit and run, but Mack missed the breaking ball. And the good throw by Tom Haller to Tito Fuentes, and Grody is out. One strike count on Roy McMillan. Now the pitch by Lindy McDaniel. A ground ball hit toward the middle. Fuentes to his right is up with it. Throws hard to Lynn Gabrielson, and the Mets are out in their half of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. Now 7 innings complete. The New York Mets 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors. The Giants 3 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error. The Giants in the 8th inning will have Gabrielson, Willie Mays, and Jim Ray Hart coming up against Gordon Richardson. Cincinnati and the Cubs rained out today in Chicago. And they've got an exciting pitching duel tonight in Philadelphia between Turk Farrell and Chris Short. Phillies are hitting in the last of the 8th inning, and there's no score in the ballgame. Dodgers got 3 runs off Woody Fryman in the top of the 6th inning to tie up Pittsburgh. Dodgers 3 and the Pirates 3 after 5 1/2. Joe Mueller is in relief of Claude Osteen. Braves nothing and the Cardinals nothing after 3. Ken Johnson pitching against little Al Jackson. Whitey Ford on the mound for the Yankees, and the Yankees lead Kansas City 2-0 after 2 1/2. Chuck Dobson pitching for the A's. The Orioles 2 and the Cleveland Indians 1. They're in the last of the 8th in Cleveland. Sam McDowell for the Indians. Stu Miller in relief of Jim Palmer in the 8th. Detroit won. The White Sox nothing after 3. Joe Horland against Denny McClain, a home run by Al Kaline. Washington won. Minnesota won at the end of 2. Duckworth against Jim Cott. Later tonight, the Red Sox and the Angels at Anaheim. Bob Barton, right-handed batting catcher, will hit for Lynn Gabrielson against Gordon Richardson in the 8th inning. Barton, a right-hand hitter. He played at Atlanta in the International League last year, and he takes a fastball for a strike on the outside corner. Last year with Atlanta, he batted .289. He was born in Norwood, Ohio, and makes his home in Covington, Kentucky. 6-footer, weighs 175. So Herman Franks, playing catch-up in the ballgame tonight, has certainly been sweeping his bench. Outside and low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Only player he has left in the dugout is Jesus Alou. Ground ball hammered foul in behind Charlie Fox, the third base coach. One ball and 2 strikes now on the pinch hitter, Bob Barton. Willie Mays on deck, then Jim Ray Hart. We're in the 8th inning. The pitch by Richardson, way outside, lunging for it, Jerry Grody, and he does a nifty job of grabbing it. Count is even now at 2-2. Two delivery, a ground ball hit down to third. Boyer fields the ball behind the bag. A perfect peg to Cranepool. 1 man away. Now here's Willie. Willie has hit into a double play, beaten out an infield hit, and popped to short. 1 for 3. Mets 4, Giants 3, top of the 8th inning. Now the wind-up, pitch to Willie. A long drive, hit deep to center field. Way back goes Billy Murphy. It's up, and it's a tie ball game. Crowd standing here at Shea Stadium. Willie Mays has just hit his 10th home run. And ladies and gentlemen, he went right smack dab over the center field fence, 410 feet out. Willie Mays has tied the ball game with his 10th home run of the year. The ball was hit as straight as a string from home plate to the flagpole in center. Call strike on the outside corner to Jim Ray Hart. Ground ball hit down to third, and it's a foul ball. Fielded by Ken Boyer, but no play. 2-strike count now on Jim Ray Hart. So now the starting pitcher, Jack Hamilton, who again tonight pitched so well, cannot figure in the decision. He can neither win nor lose. Home runs have driven in 3 of the 4 runs scored by the Giants. 2-strike pitch is way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tom Haller hit his 4th home run of the year to give the Giants their first 2 runs. Sacrifice fly by Cap Peterson that drove home the Giants' 3rd run. And now Willie has tied it up here in the top of the 8th inning. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He got him with a high hard one. Right here we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is the voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, the smoothest sound around. The time, 3 minutes past 10.
Now the hitter is Tom Haller, batting against Gordon Richardson in the top of the 8th inning. And the curve is on the outside corner, strike one. The classic home run hit by Mays, a climbing line drive, as straight as a string from home run to center field. Outside and low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Billy Murphy, hoping he might get a shot at it, played it all the way back to the fence. It was still rising and went over 410 feet from home. One ball, 1 strike on Tom Haller. Here's the pitch on the way. A foul ball hit back upstairs and out of play. Mets led the Giants 4-0, but the Giants, a sizzling ball club, they're riding an 11-game win streak, fought their way back to a tie. Henry Aaron of the Braves is the major league leader in home runs. Aaron has smacked 11. Now Willie Mays and George Scott of the Red Sox are tied for second with 10. Pitching 1-2. Foul ball hit back toward the crowd and out of play. This ball game, Herman Franks has called on all of the reserve strength he has in his command, with the exception of Jesus Alou, who has a jammed thumb, and it's questionable as to whether or not he can swing a bat. It's popped up on the left side of the infield. Ken Boyer coming down the line toward home. He's right on the line, crosses the line, makes the catch in foul territory. 1 run, 1 hit on the home run by Willie Mays. No errors, none left on. At the end of 7.5 innings, the Giants 4 and the New York Mets 4. And now...
So you're a specialist. Well, so is WGY. WGY caters to almost all of you who have an outstanding interest. Does the first blade of green grass head you for your gardening gear? Then tune in Garden Talk at 9:30 every Saturday morning. Ernie Tatro will be by the telephone along with Bill Starr and Don Christman of the Quality Bulb and Garden Center to answer your questions and help solve your gardening problems. Thrilled to the sport of kings? So does Howard Tupper. He shares his enthusiasm and his knowledge with you every Monday through Friday at 6:15 on Track Talk with Tup. Enjoy the intriguing behind-the-scenes view of Racing with Tup every evening Monday through Friday. If you're a jazz connoisseur, Tuesday evening at 8:15 is going to be the high spot of your week. Just Jazz with Randy English is just that. From Dixieland to real cool jazz, the listening Tuesday night is fabulous. If you're a specialist, remember, so is WGY. A specialist in bringing you the best in information and entertainment all day long.
Coming out of the New York dugout to bat for Gordon Richardson as we go now to the last of the 8th inning. Bob Barton goes behind the plate, and Tom Haller is now playing first base. Barton batted for Gabrielson, so Haller has taken over at first. Barton is now catching, and Johnny Lewis is hitting for Gordon Richardson against Lindy McDaniel in the last half of the 8th inning. Game tied 4-4. Biggest major league crowd of the year watching on, and the pitch thrown. An overhand fastball for a called strike. Well, the thousands who couldn't wait to get a glimpse of Willie Mays certainly got quite a glimpse when Willie hit one right over the center field fence to tie this ball game up. It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Johnny Lewis. Dennis Ryban on call now in the New York bullpen. Mets will have Johnny Lewis, Ron Hunt, and Cleon Jones in the last of the 8th inning. The 1-1 delivery, curved way outside, 2 balls and a strike on Johnny Lewis. Johnny hitting .268, has 1 home run and 7 runs batted in. 2-1 delivery, a swing and a miss, a curve. That one brought to you some outs out. Now it's 2-2. Giants 4 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The Mets 4 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. 2-2 delivery, a swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's the initial strikeout for Lindy McDaniel. Now it brings up Ron Hunt at the top of the batting order. Ron has 2 hits and 3 trips. And his last time up when he was retired, he hit the ball hard, a line drive to left field. Ron batting .288. Two nights ago, the Giants played a 15-inning ball game with the Pirates and won it. Curve is over, a beauty by McDaniel, strike 1. Barton now wants to go out and talk to Lindy McDaniel. Lindy McDaniel, 11-year pitching veteran. Delivers to Hunt a fastball over for a strike. Now he has a 2-strike advantage. McDaniel, tall right-hander. He stands about 6'3", uses that big windup. Pitches hit foul on the ground and behind Yogi Berra. So the count remains strike 2 on Ron Hunt. Last year with Chicago, Lindy was 5-6 coming out of that bullpen in 71 games. His ERA was 2.5. Defense straight away against Ron Hunt. The 2-strike pitch. Outside and low, it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tonight's crowd at Shea Stadium establishing a new single-game high for the new stadium. 56,658. The 1-2 pitch. Slow ground ball right back to the mound, taken by McDaniel. He throws on to Tom Haller, 2 men down. 2 outs, nobody on. It brings up Cleon Jones. Well, a run scored by Cleon in the 6th inning off Ron Herbel is a mighty big one for New York. At that time, the Mets were in front 3-0. Cleon lined a triple into the right field corner and came in to score on a wild pitch to make it 4-0. It now is a tie ball game, 4-4. Now McDaniel has his sign. Here's the pitch on the way. A high fly. Well hit to left center. Willie Mays goes back. He has a play on it. And Willie makes the catch on the edge of the warning track in deep left center field. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Mets down 1-2-3 in the last of the 8th. Now 8 innings complete. The Giants 4 and the Mets 4. You probably read this afternoon, as you scanned the sports pages, that Saturday, July 30th, is Old Timers Day at Shea Stadium. And I'm sure you know who will be the #1 guest of honor on Old Timers Day. You remember that date, July 30th. None other than the Mets' greatest old-timer, Casey Stengel. Now, in honor of Casey, the 1950 All-Star baseball game will be reenacted. That was the first All-Star game that Casey ever managed, and it was a 14-inning classic that ended with Red Shandy's game-winning home run. National League had tied that game with a home run in the 9th inning by our broadcasting colleague, Ralph Kiner. Leo DeRocher, who was bringing his Chicago Cubs in that day, will be acting as manager of the National League Stars. Casey will be in uniform directing the American League, just as he was 16 years ago. Some of the greats of that game included Bill Hodges, Ted Williams, Stan Musial, Jackie Robinson, Yogi Berra, Ewell Blackwell, Tommy Henrich, Don DiMaggio. So circle the date now on the calendar, July 30th, just before the Cubs-Mets game, as the old professor, Casey Stengel, makes his comeback. Dennis Ryban into hurl now for New York as the game goes to the ninth inning. So as Dennis comes in, it's his ball game to win or lose with a score tied 4-4. Then he went all the way, pitching a strong 5-hitter his last appearance in beating the Chicago Cubs 5-1. Prior to that, he had saved a game in relief against the Chicago Cubs by setting down 5 in a row. So Denny has made 5 relief appearances and started one ball game, going the route to win it. The right fielder, Ollie Brown, is up against Dennis Ryban in the ninth inning. Here's the pitch on the way. Fastball just outside. Jerry Grody thought they had a strike. Brown, right-hand batter, takes the pitch on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dennis Ryban, the 4th pitcher, called on by Wes Westrom in tonight's exciting game against the Giants. It's over, stepped in, a good fastball at the knees, 1-2. Rookie outfielder Ollie Brown has singled, grounded out, and reached on a walk. He later scored a big run in the 7th inning. Pitching 1-2. Just off the outside corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Don Landrum, one of the hitting stars of the game for the Giants, is on deck. Then the pitcher, Lindy McDaniel. The 2-2 delivery. It's reached for and fouled off. The nearest the Mets ever came to beating the ace of the Giants staff, Juan Marichal, was in a game a couple of years ago in San Francisco. They had Marichal beaten by a run, going to the ninth inning, and Willie Mays homered to tie the ball game up, and the Giants then won it in extra innings. Willie has struck again in tonight's ball game with a home run over the center field fence in the top of the 8th inning to tie the game at 4-4. Ryback delivers 2-2, a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Tonight's game has been a costly game for the New York Mets. Jim Hickman suffered a dislocation of the left wrist trying to slide and grab a looping fly ball hit to short right by Ollie Brown back in the 2nd inning. Don Landrum has base hits his last 2 times up. He's 2 for 3 in the ball game. Ryban's pitch on the way. Good curve on the inside corner. Strike 1. Dennis wasting no time. Delivers a changeup hit on the ground on the right side of the diamond. Hunt flashing to his right. Throws the crane pool 2 down. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 9th inning, and brings up Lindy McDaniel. McDaniel is hitting in the number 8 spot in the order. Jim Davenport is in the number 9 spot. Davenport delivered a key hit as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning and then stayed in the ball game. Pitch is over for a call strike. Davenport has been a particular nemesis to the New York Mets. He will long be remembered for that big hit he had in that 23-inning ball game. Now Ryban out of his windup. The pitch on the way. A swing and a miss by Lindy McDaniel, and the count strike 2. We had a crowd just about like this in the stadium when the Mets and Giants played their never-to-be-forgotten 23-inning game as the 2nd game of a doubleheader on Decoration Day. 2-strike pitch. It's over. Strike 3 call. Brody picks the ball up and tags out McDaniel. So there's an impressive inning for Dennis Ryback. He strikes out 2 of the 3. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. At the end of 8 1/2, the score, the Giants 4 and New York Mets 4.
So you're a specialist. Well, so is WGY. WGY caters to almost all of you who have an outstanding interest. Does the first blade of green grass head you for your gardening gear? Then tune in Garden Talk at 9:30 every Saturday morning. Ernie Tatro will be by the telephone along with Bill Starr and Don Chrisman of the Quality Bulb and Garden Center to answer your questions and help solve your gardening problems. Thrilled to the sport of King, so does Howard Tupper. He shares his enthusiasm and his knowledge with you every Monday through Friday at 6:15 on Track Talk with Tup. If you're a specialist, remember, so is WGY, a specialist in bringing you the best in information and entertainment all day long.
And the Mets come up with a chance to win it. Ken Boyer, Ed Cranepool, and Billy Murphy will be hitting against Lindy McDaniel. Ken 0 for 3 this evening. Big crowd set to turn loose a real roar if the Mets can get somebody on. McDaniel winding. Here's his pitch. Curve outside and low. 1 ball and no strike. Veteran relief star Lindy McDaniel now starting his 3rd inning of relief. 2 previous innings, the 7th and 8th, he has allowed no runs, no hits. Walked 1, struck out 1. Next pitch to Boyer. A line shot through the hole. A base hit to left. The winning run is on as Boyer singles to left. That brings up Eddie Cranepool. Now Jim Ray Hart, the Giants' 3rd baseman, shortens up to guard against the sacrifice bunt. Billy Murphy is the on-deck batter, and then Ron Swoboda. Let's see how the Mets elect to play it. Bill Henry and Frank Lindsay warming up for the Giants. Daniel looking in for his sag. Here's the stretch. Now the pitch on the way. Fastball over, strike 1 call. Cranepool did not square around the bunt. Billy Murphy on deck and a right-hander in the ball game now. Wes Western indicating on that first pitch he was hoping the left-hander could hit behind the runner. Throw to first, not in time. Boyer scrambling back. Winning runner on first, nobody out, bottom half of the 9th inning. Now the stretch. And a throw to first, and again Boyer lunges back. Barton going out now to talk to his pitcher. Barton took over behind the plate when Tom Haller went from behind the plate to first base to replace Len Gabrielson. Now Whitey Herzog wants to talk to Eddie Cranepool. This is always a very tough spot to bunt a runner over when the defense is jammed in so close. Here's the pitch. He's around the bunt, bunts foul, strike 2. Bunted foul by Eddie Cranepool on the count of strike 2. Eddie, after a good start this year, went into a very difficult batting slump. Eddie went hitless in 26 straight times at bat before he broke out with a double to the opposite field. McDaniel off the stretch. 2-strike pitch. A swing and a miss, he struck him out. So McDaniel stands Cranepool. One down. It brings up Billy Murphy. Billy Murphy got his first major league base hit, and what a base hit it was back in the fourth inning. With 2 men out, he hit a 3-run homer. It put New York in front 3-0. They scored again in the sixth inning on a triple by Cleon Jones with a wild pitch. The Giants came from behind and tied the game on a home run by Willie Mays in the eighth inning. Now Billy stepping in against McDaniel. Besides the home run, he's been struck out twice. Throw to first, not in time. Ron Swoboda is the on-deck hitter. In Boyer, the winning run on first, 1 out. Now the pitch on the way. Curve is over, strike one. Tom Haller holding against the runner. Willie Mays playing Billy Murphy a couple of steps the opposite way. Now McDaniel in the set position. Fires off the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hawk Taylor will join the New York Mets tomorrow to help take up the slack due to the injury to Jim Hickman. Hawk has been playing first in the outfield for the Jacksonville Suns. Now the count is 1-1 on Billy Murphy. McDaniel working deliberately. The pitch is on the way. A swing and a miss on a hit-and-run play. Throw to second. He's out. Boyer is out at second. Quite a play by Tito Fuentes. It was a low throw by Barton in the dirt. But Fuentes scooped it out and put the tag on Ken Boyer. Billy Murphy lost the bat in trying to protect the runner on the hit-and-run play. And the bat went flying out toward the mound. And now the tying run has been taken off the line. It was a good defensive play by Fuentes, the Giants' second baseman. Now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Billy Murphy. Here's the pitch on the way. Curve is over, strike 3 call. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, none left on. Now 9 innings complete. The Giants 4 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. The New York Mets 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Now we'll be going to the 10th inning. In the National League at Philadelphia tonight, the Houston Astros' Jimmy Wynn homered in the 9th inning of Chris Short to win the ball game for the Astros 1-0 over Philadelphia. For Jimmy Wynn, his 6th home run of the year. He beat the Mets ball game with a 3-run homer off Tug McGraw. So the Astros, in second place in the National League, win on a 1-hit shutout today. Turk Farrell was on the mound for Houston. Ramon came on in the 9th inning. They combined to allow just 1 base hit. Pittsburgh scored a run in the last of the 7th inning. They now lead the Dodgers 4-3 at the end of 7. Woody Fryman, rookie left-hander, is on the mound for Pittsburgh. Regan in relief now for the Dodgers. And Mike Shannon homered in the 4th inning for the Cardinals. St. Louis leading Atlanta 1-0 after 4.5 with Al Jackson on the mound, opposed by Ken Johnson of Atlanta. Yankees 2, Kansas City 1 after 4.5. Whitey Ford against Chuck Dobson. Cleveland, coming from behind, has tied the Orioles 2-2. They go to the 10th inning. Stu Miller against Steve Hargan, both in relief. Tigers 2, the White Sox nothing after 4. Minnesota 4, Washington 1 after 3.5. Now the 10th inning, and Jim Davenport is up against Dennis Ryback. Slider on the outside corner, strike 1. Tito Fuentes will be up next, and then Bob Barton. Ground ball right back to the mound, stabbed by Ryback. Throws to first, 1 out. One out, nobody on. Now Tito Fuentes, the leadoff batter. Fuentes 0 for 4 tonight. Stocky, right-hand hitter, crowds the plate. He's batting .308. Now Dennis into his windup. The pitch to Fuentes, and that quick slider is on the outside corner for a strike. Jerry Grody setting up the target. Fastball, a good one, popped in on the outside corner, strike 2. Dennis Ryban with a 2-strike count on Tito Fuentes. Here's the pitch on the way. Way outside, he tried to get him to go for a bad ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now Dennis turns his back to the plate to work up the new ball. Billy Murphy shaded a couple of strides toward left center against the right-handed hitting Tito Fuentes. Rybat delivers 1 and 2. A slow grounder down the third base line. A tough chance. They let it roll. It hits the bag. It's a base hit. Fuentes is on as his swinging bunt actually hit the third base cushion. Boyer had no choice. He had to let it roll. And lo and behold, it struck the cushion. 1 out and 1 on. And right here we pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
The voice of the Mets in the great Northeast, WGY Schenectady, a General Electric station. The time is now 10:30.
Bob Murphy with Lindsey Nelson and Ralph Kiner from Shea Stadium. And the speedy Tito Fuentes is on first base now with 1 out. The batter is the catcher, Bob Barton. He's a right-hand hitter, and this is his second time up. He was signed out of a Covington, Kentucky high school to a pro contract by Charlie Fry. Or rather, Charlie Fox, who is now the Giants' third base coach. Now Ryban up in the set position. Delivers. Ground ball through the hole, a base hit. Fuentes around second will stop there as Ron Swoboda plays it back in. The Giants now have runners on first and second. Willie Mays coming up. Willie has an infield hit and a dramatic home run in 4 times up this evening. He homered off Gordon Richardson in the 8th inning with a line drive right over the center field fence to tie this ball game at 4-4. Now he's hitting here in the 10th inning with a chance to put the Giants in front for the first time tonight. Willie's home run was his 10th, his run batted in his 24th. Here's the pitch on the way. Outside and low, ball 1. Tough spot here for Dennis Ryban. Mets have the infield, hoping for a shot at 2. Ron Hunt shaded a little toward second against Willie Mays. Swing and a miss on a curve. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryban retired. Davenport, the first hitter up. But Fuentes reached on an infield hit when he took a big swing and topped a slow roller. They had to let the ball roll. They had no chance to throw him out, and the ball rolled as straight as a string and struck the third base bag. Bob Barton then drilled a clean base hit to left field. One ball, 1 strike. Ryban in the set position. Now the pitch. A pop-up that's playable. Calling for it is Brody, being waved off by Boyer in foul ground, and Kinney near the bungo circle has it. Now there are two away, and the hitter is Jim Ray Hart. Jim Hart, the third baseman, 0 for 3 tonight, reached once on a walk, and that was in the 7th. He came in to score on Tom Haller's long 2-run homer. Each team has scored 3 of their 4 runs tonight on home run power. Giants have hit 2. The Mets have hit 1. Billy Murphy hit 1 with 2 men on. Haller with 1 on, and Mays with the bases clear. Foul back, no play. Now Jim Ray Hart gets out of the batter's box as Rybat stands with his back to home plate. Working up the new ball. Tito Fuentes on second, Bob Barton on first, 2 men away. Top of the 10th inning, the game tied 4-4. Now Dennis doesn't like the feel of that one after working on it. And he gets another. Mets in their 4-year history have really had some struggles with the Giants. They have had some memorable extra inning ball games. A 23-inning game and a 15-inning game, a 12-inning battle. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss by Hart. A 2-strike count. Rybat getting out in front with a 2-strike count. Taking his time now. Weighing out each delivery very carefully. Large majority of this tremendous crowd are still here. Very few have left. A 2-strike count, and the pitch by Rybat is way outside. A slider. He tried to get him to go for it. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jim Ray Hart. Hart hitting .343, has 6 home runs and 15 runs batted in. Roy McMillan playing Hart deep. Back on the rim of the outfield grass. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got it. Rybat batting hard at a high hard one. Quite a job by Dennis. The side is out of the 10th inning with no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on. At the end of 9 1/2, the Giants 4 and the New York Mets 4. And what goes with Portuguese sausages? 3 guesses.
If you go to Lisbon, you're sure to hear the fado songs Portugal is famous for. The music generates a lot of warmth, and so does the sausage they serve in the cafes. Between the two, you may find yourself ordering a lot of Cerveja Sagres, Lisbon's favorite beer. You can raise the same thirst with the same sausages and songs in New York City, and maybe you'll quench it with the favorite local beer, Cerveja Rheingold. In fact, in New York City, where there are more kinds of food and music than anywhere else in the world, more people buy Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. How come? Maybe it's the French malt we use. Whatever it is, we must be doing something right.
Ron Swoboda will be up against Lindy McDaniel in the last of the 10th inning. McDaniel came in on the 7th, has worked 3 innings, allowed no runs, 1 hit. Ron hitless in 3 times up this evening. Has the good power. Here's the windup and the pitch to him. He holds up on the swing and it's low. 1 ball, no strike. Pittsburgh, with a run in the 7th inning, beat the Dodgers tonight 4-3. Rookie Woody Fryman all the way to win. Phil Regan was the loser in relief. Houston beat Philadelphia 1-0. Foul ball hit back upstairs and out of play. In the Houston-Philadelphia game tonight, the Phillies got only one base hit. The Astros won the game on Jim Wynn's ninth-inning home run, his sixth homer of the year. Looks like the Astros are all set for a long time in center field with Jim Wynn, the way he keeps getting better every day. St. Louis got 3 runs for little Al Jackson in the last of the 5th inning. Cardinals now lead Atlanta 4-0 at the end of 5. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ron Swoboda. Jerry Grody is the on-deck batter, then Roy McMillan. Now the windup by McDaniel, the pitch. Ground ball bounced slowly towards shortstop. Up with the ball is Davenport. The throw, a low throw, but he's got him. Fine play by Tom Haller to dig out a low throw, and Ron Swoboda is out. Davenport had to charge the slow roller as fast as he could. And his hurried throw was a mean throw down in the dirt, but Haller, with those good hands of a catcher, came up with it. One out, nobody on. The hitter is Jerry Grody. Jerry has walked his last 2 times up. Only official time at bat tonight, he flied to right. Curveball drops on the outside corner, strike 1. Next pitch on the way. Fastball over for a strike, a 2-strike count. Herman Franks, the Giants skipper, completely swept his bench to tie up this ball game, with the exception of Jesus Alou, who has a jam thumb. He has Lindsey and Henry warming in the bullpen now, and the Mets have Larry Bernarth on call. 2-strike pitch, and Grody pops the ball up down the first base line. Tom Haller coming up the line toward home is under it. He has it in fair territory. 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom half of the 10th inning, and now the hitter is Roy McMillan. Mack has gone 0 for 3. Mets have had only 5 hits in the ballgame. Lindy McDaniel's pitch on the way. A fly ball hit in the air to left field. In a stride is Landrum. He's under it waiting, and the side is out. So Lindy McDaniel has now worked the last 4 innings in relief for the Giants. Allowed no runs, 1 hit. 10 innings complete. The Giants 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. The New York Mets 4 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. We'll be going to the 11th inning, and the Giants will have Tom Haller, Ollie Brown, and Don Landrum coming up against Dennis Ryban. Dennis will be starting his 3rd relief inning. Day game tomorrow, starting time 2:15. Jack Fisher, who pitched extremely well against his old teammates, the Giants, all last season, will be on the mound for the New York Mets, and he draws a rugged mound opponent in Bob Bolin. An afternoon game Sunday will conclude the exciting visit of the Giants into New York for the first time this year. The Sunday game will start at 2 p.m. Monday, a scheduled off day for the Mets. Then they open a 3-game set against Cincinnati Tuesday night, play Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon. The game next Thursday afternoon against Cincinnati will wind up the homestand. Following the game, the Mets will fly to San Francisco, and they'll be playing the Giants next weekend out in San Francisco. It was Tom Haller who started the Giants on the road back in the top of the 7th inning. The Mets were in front 4-0 on a 3-run homer by Billy Murphy. A triple by Cleon Jones. He scored on a wild pitch. But Tom Haller, after a 1-out walk to Jim Rayhart, hit a long home run to left center to make the score 4-2. A walk to Ollie Brown, a base hit by Don Landrum, and a sacrifice fly by pinch hitter Cap Peterson gave the Giants their 3rd run in the 7th inning. The game was tied in the 8th on Willie Mays' 10th home run of the year. Pitch to Haller, inside and low, ball 1. We're in the 11th. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Haller has hit 2 long drives tonight. One was caught by Cleon Jones back in the second inning. Foul ball hit back upstairs. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes on the tall, left-handed batting Giant catcher. Mets both in the infield and the outfield, playing Haller around toward right. Ryban, a quick worker, winds and pitches. A swing and a miss. He struck him out. Dennis Fanning, Tom Haller. Ryban in relief has now struck out 4. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 11th inning. The hitter is Ollie Brown, the rookie right fielder. Brown has 1 for 3, a single. He also reached on a walk and scored a run. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And he was really trying to jerk that one out of here. Ollie Brown hitting at 236. Ryban's pitch on the way, a changeup, just missed outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch to him, he has to move his head. It's inside and high. 2 balls and a strike. Ollie Brown has been playing in the Giant farm system for the last 4 years. He's the brother of Willie Brown, the Los Angeles Rams halfback. Outside, it's ball 3, 3-1. Last year at Tacoma, he had 27 home runs, 81 runs batted in. So now Dennis behind on Ollie Brown. 3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch on the way. A high fly ball hit to left field. It's fairly deep, but it's playable. Ron Swoboda now comes in a couple of steps and takes it for the out. Wind started to bring that one back. Left fielder Don Landrum has 2 hits and 4 times up. Before he steps in, Wes Westrom wants to make a trip to the mound to talk to Ryban about pitching to Landrum. Lindy McDaniel, the pitcher, is due up next. And Herman Franks has absolutely no one that he can call on with the exception of Jesus Alou. And Jesus has a jammed thumb. So Wes is undoubtedly saying, don't give this fellow anything real good to hit. Now the pitch on the way. Breaking ball over, strike 1 call. But by the same token, if he can get him out and have the pitcher leading off the next inning, if the game continues along, he'd have a chance to work through without pitching to Willie Mays in the 12th. Here's the windup by Dennis. Down comes his pitch, a fastball high. 1 ball, 1 strike on Don Landrum. One ball, 1 strike on Landrum. We're in the 11th inning. The ball game tied 4-4. 1-1 pitch. Good one on the outside corner. Call strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Landrum standing, casting a questioning look. Roy McMillan shaded towards second against the left-hand hitter. The outfield fanned around toward right. Double pump by Ryban. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. It's 2-2. Dennis trying to get a little extra leverage that time, going for the strikeout. Giants 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. The Mets 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Pitching 2-2. Foul fly down the right field line. No play. This will be back over into the field box area. Cookie Lavagetto talking it up on the coaching lines at first. Charlie Fox is the third base coach. Count is even at 2-2 on Don Landrum, the left fielder. He's a left-hand hitter. Now the pitch. Change up and a foul ball pulled back toward the Mets dugout. He had Landrum badly fooled on that changeup, but Landrum managed to foul the ball off. In so doing, he almost slipped and fell to the ground. Now Landrum going over to the on-deck circle to get the pine tar cloth. I believe, actually, all he wants here is a little time to give his hand a chance to feel a little better. He seemed to kind of hurt his hand a little bit as he tried to catch himself in his fall after being fooled on the changeup. Winding. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And the ball is popped up. A foul ball may or may not be playable. Brody all the way to the backstop, and it's out of reach. Foul ball back into the box seat area right behind home plate. Going here between Dennis Ryban and Don Landrum, the Giant left fielder. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 11th inning. Game tied 4-4. The 2-2 pitch. Low, it's ball 3. Lindy McDaniel is the on-deck batter. Now we're set for the payoff delivery to Landrum. A ground ball back to the mound, taken by Dennis Ryban. The bat is out. Another real good inning in relief by Ryban. 3 innings, he's allowed no runs and 2 harmless singles. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. At the end of 10 and a half, the Giants 4, the New York Mets 4. Chuck Hiller has come out of the dugout to bat for Dennis Ryban in the bottom half of the 11th inning. Ryban pitching 3 innings in relief, a strong relief performance. Dennis allowed no runs and just 2 singles. So now Hiller is the pinch hitter for Dennis Ryban. Lindsey McDaniel on the mound. Curve outside, ball wide. McDaniel has been on the mound 4 innings. He starts inning number 5 here. Jim Hardin close at third defensively for the Giants. Knee-high strike to Hiller. 1 ball, 1 strike. Chuck has 5 hits and 11 times up. He's batting .455. The 1-1 pitch. Foul tipped into the dirt right by home plate. 1-2. Ron Hunt is on deck, and then Cleon Jones. Mets skipper Wes Wester making a move here to try and win this ball game in the bottom half of the 11th inning. The Mets failed to win it in the last of the 11th. Larry Benarth will be on to pitch in the 12th. Outside, it's 2-2 on Chuck Hiller. Mets won an 11-inning game from the Pirates in Pittsburgh. Count is even now, 2-2 on Chuck Hiller as McDaniel, working deliberately, takes his sign from Bob Barton. Now, after a long look in, he elects to step back. He seems to be having a little trouble picking up the sign. Now the windup and the 2-2 pitch. Ball 3, outside and low. Full count on Hiller, 3-2. All of the farm clubs of the Mets have been going great in the early part of the year. Tonight for Bill Burton's Williamsport Mets, Jake Carden and Jim Bethke each pitched one hitter. Williamsport won a doubleheader from Pittsfield. Here's the pitch. A looping fly ball into short center field. Willie Mays coming at full speed. It drops the base hit. Hiller is on with a single. Hiller is on with a Texas leaguer to short center. Herman Franks is going to the mound. Ron Hunt will be coming up, and we may get a pitching change. A double win by Williamsport in the Eastern League tonight gives them a record of 10 wins and 5 losses there in first place. Jacksonville, the top farm club in the International League, has won 14 and lost only 4. Frank Lindsay will come in, replacing Lindy McDaniel. Lindy McDaniel turned in a very strong relief stint. He worked 4 innings. He allowed no runs. He gave up 2 hits, and they were both singles. McDaniel walked 1 and struck out 3. Frank Lindsay coming on now in the 11th. Mets have the winning run on. Nobody out. In the National League, Cincinnati and Chicago were rained down in a day game. Jim Wynn, who beat New York with a 3-run homer, continued his heroics tonight in Philadelphia. He homered in the 9th inning, and the Astros beat the Phillies 1-0. Phillies had only 1 hit off Kurt Farrell and Claude Raymond, who came on in the 9th. Houston had just 3 hits. The Dodgers came from behind to tie Pittsburgh 3-3, but the Pirates got a run in the 7th inning to win the game 4-3 for rookie southpaw Woody Fryman. Bill Regan was the loser in relief. Val Jackson hurling shutout ball over 7 innings. St. Louis leads the Atlanta Braves 4-0 after 6.5 in St. Louis. Yankees added 2 in the 6th inning. They lead Kansas City 4-1 after 5.5 for Whitey Ford. Dobson, Wyatt, and now Dixon for the A's. Baltimore and Cleveland, like the Mets and the Giants, are playing in the 11th inning, and they are tied 2-2. Stu Miller is in relief for Baltimore, and Luis Tiant for Cleveland. This is a ball game in which Bertie Tebbetts has used Sam McDowell as a starter. Now Luis Tiant in relief. Now the White Sox, on a 2-run homer by Tom McCaw, have gone out in front of Detroit, or rather they have picked up their first scoring. They trail Detroit 3-2 in the top of the 6th inning. Minnesota 4, Washington 2 after 5.5. Jim Cott pitching for Minnesota. The warm-ups in California, Jerry Stevenson for the Red Sox, Dean Chance for the Angels. Frank Lindsay's 10th appearance, tall right-hander from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, has won 1 and lost 1 in relief. Lost the game to the Reds and picked up a victory on a 4-inning stint against Pittsburgh. He was the big story in relief for the Giants all last year. Giants now are defensing against the bunt. The batter is Ron Hunt. In close at third is Jim Ray Hart. Here's the pitch. He's around the bunt. Bunts the ball. Foul. Lands in the fungo circle off to the right. No play. A one-strike count. Last of the 11th inning, the winning run. Chuck Hiller is on first, nobody out. Hunt trying to move him over. If he can do so, the Mets will have Jones and Boyer to try and bring him home. Lindsay, big sinker ball specialist, delivers. It is punted back toward the mound. Lindsay up with it, drops the ball, throws to first. Safe, the ball is dropped by the catcher. Tom Haller is playing first. Everybody's safe. Lindsay dropped the ball when he tried to field the bunt. He possibly had a play at second. He knew it. Then he faced, he dropped it. Then when he picked it up, he hurried his throw to first base into the runner. And everybody is safe. It'll be scored a sacrifice and an error to Lindsay. And now Cleon Jones is the batter. Again, the defense against the bunt. Haller moving in very close from first base toward home. Batter is Cleon Jones. Now Frank Lindsay is in the set position. Here's the pitch. He bunts it foul back toward the Giant dugout. Cleon tripled in the sixth inning and scored on a wild pitch, so Cleon has 1 for 4 into that game. Now Cleon trying to bunt the runners over to get that winning run 90 feet away. The Mets then would have Boyer and Cranepool to try and get the winning run home. Lindsay shakes off a sign. Now Hiller builds the lead off second. Here's the pitch on the way. A strike on the outside corner. Jones squared around to bunt, didn't offer, and the pitch was over. That puts him in a tough hole. He's behind on the count now, 2 strikes. Lindsay, a sinker ball pitcher. When he has his good sinker, you see a lot of balls hit on the ground. So let's see if the Mets try and bunt the third strike or swing away against Frank Lindsay. Davenport keeping Hiller close to second. 2-strike pitch. It's over, strike 3 call. Leon didn't go for it. It was a fastball in the outside corner for a call, 3rd strike. That brings up Ken Boyer. Kenny has 1 for 4. He got a base hit his last time up in the 9th inning off Wendy McDaniel. Hiller is the winning run. He's on second. Ron Hunt is on first. 1 man out. Eddie Cranepool kneeling in the on-deck circle. Now Lindsay checks the runners. Here's the pitch. The curve outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Frank Lindsay, Linzy. He's the bullpen ace for the Giants. As he signed now from Barton. And the pitch to Boyer. A foul ball hit over toward the Giant dugout. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year, Lindsay was in 57 games. He won 9, lost only 3. Earned run average of 1.4. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ken Boyer. In comes the pitch. Foul ball, back upstairs, no play. Now it's 1 and 2. Remarkable baseball crowd gathered at Shea this evening. 56,658 paid. Not many have left. Two runners take a short lead, and the count is 1-2 on Ken Boyer with one man out. Now Lindsay in the set position delivers the pitch. Outside. Boyer started to go, and then he held up in time. It broke outside and low, so it's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now Hiller starts edging away at second, and Fuentes brings him back. The 2-2 delivery, foul tip. He just got a piece of it to stay alive. Giants in tonight's game have now used Ray Sadecki, Ron Herbel, Lindy McDaniel, and Frank Lindsay. Barton going out to get together with Lindsay. So while we have the conference on the mound, a quick pause for a station break. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is WGY 810 on your dial in Schenectady, New York.
It's 2-2 on Ken Boyer. Runners on first and second. Hiller is the man that counts. He's the winning run if they can bring him around. The pitch, ball 3. It's 3-2. On Ken Boyer. Now Hiller leads off second. Ron Hunt leading off first. One man out. Lindsay in the set position. Here's the pitch. Foul tip. He just got a piece of it. The runners were holding up. The ball was just barely a foul tip. Mets battling and trying to snap the Giants' 11-game win streak. Giants with 11 wins in a row, opening up a 4.5-game lead in the National League. Now Lindsay nods in agreement with his catcher, Bob Barton. Pitching 3-2. Fly ball in the air, hit the rubber deep left field. It's playable. Landrum is under it, and he makes the catch. Hiller playing it halfway, goes back to second. Now there are 2 men away. Good bid by Kenny Boyer. He had good wood on the ball, but not enough. And Landrum went back to take it for the out. Now Eddie Cranepool, second time up in the game. Eddie was struck out by McDaniel in the 9th inning. Eddie has been in a very tough batting slump. So you can well imagine how he'd like to break out of it right here. 2 down, bottom half of the 11th. A lined foul down the left field line. He went after a curveball. The one that counts is Hiller. He's on second. He's the winner if they can bring him around. 2 down now, bottom half of the 11th inning. Frank Lindsay working off the stretch. Here's his pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball game has been tied since the 8th inning when Willie Mays hit a line drive over the center field fence for his 10th home run of the year. That tied the ball game 4-4. That's where it is now. The 1-1 delivery. Outside, ball 2. Lindsay trying to pitch away from Eddie Cranepool, and the count now is 2-1. Hiller, who opened up with a Texas Leaguer, takes his lead off second. The 2-1 pitch. Fastball at the knees. Ball, strike 2. Now 2-2 on Ed Cranepool. Lindsay under his stretch. Now his 2-2 pitch. A smash it through the hole, a base hit. Hiller will try and score. Here comes the play. It's going to be awfully close. The slide, and he's out at the plate. Hiller's out at the plate. He was nailed by Don Landrum, and we go to the 12th inning. There was no doubt about it. Landrum cut him down. Landrum against the left-hand hitter was playing shallow in left field. Greenpool banged the ball through the hole into left. Hiller tried to make it, but Landrum's throw was on the money to Bob Barton, and Hiller is out. Right out in the last of the 11th inning, no runs. 2 hits, 1 error, 2 left on. Now at the end of 11, the Giants 4 and the New York Mets 4. Larry Bernard's coming in to take over the pitching now as we go to the 12th inning. Both teams have had some very strong pitching throughout the evening. Dennis Rybat, the last on in relief for New York, did an outstanding job. Dennis worked 3 innings, allowed no runs, gave up 2 singles. Walked none and struck out 4. Now Larry Bernard relieving for the 8th time this year. Larry has won 1 and lost none. Last outing was against the Houston Astros. He worked 2 innings, gave up 1 run. Larry, in his tenure with New York, has pitched some of his finest baseball against the Giants. Fans who were here for that 23-inning game 2 years ago on Decoration Day will recall that Larry Bernard and Galen Cisco both turned in very long and very good relief stints in that battle. Frank Lindsay will be the leadoff batter for the Giants. As we go to the 12th inning, then Jim Davenport, followed by Tito Fuentes. Chuck Hiller gave it all he had trying to get that winning run home, but the left-hand hitter up, Landrum, the left fielder, was not playing deep, and the base hit was a sharp shot through the hole. Landrum's throw, which was on the money, was in plenty of time. Hiller tried to get out around Bob Barton, but was tagged out. Frank Lindsay, pretty good with that stick, leads off against Larry Bernard as we go to the 12th inning. Back, rounds Swoboda by the fence, has room, makes the catch. Run back as far as he could go. He was right up against the fence in left field when he caught that one. You got to be very careful with this fellow Lindsay. He goes up there meeting business, and he swings the bat very well for a pitcher. Now 1 out and nobody on. The hitter is Jim Davenport. Davenport delivered a pinch hit in the 7th inning. Ground ball smacked to shortstop. Roy McMillan digs it out of the dirt. The peg in time to Eddie Cranepool, and Davenport is out. 2 men away in the 12th inning. Now the top of the order for Tito Fuentes. He took a big swing and tapped a slow roller down the third baseline in the 10th inning. Mets had only one choice. That was to let it roll. It rolled as straight as a string and struck the bag for a base hit. He has 1 for 5 in tonight's game. Outside and low on the sinker. 1 ball and no strike. Now Larry has his sign from Grody. And Fuentes pops the ball up. A little infield pop fly. Cranepool comes in by the mound and takes it easily for the out. Well, Larry Bernard gets the chance. 1-2-3 in the top half of the 12th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. At the end of 11 and a half innings, the Giants 4, the New York Mets 4.
Tired of starting the day the same old way? Then try tuning in WGY, where the pace changes with the personalities all morning long. If you're a bright and early riser, then at 5:45, the Chanticleer program will provide you with a tempo that really gets the day underway. At 7:10, WGY swings into a new segment with Bill Edwardson. Breakfast with Bill is as much a household routine in most homes as the first cup of coffee. His chronic inability to leave well enough alone stirs up howls and hornets' nests. And following hard on Bill's heels comes the inimitable Jerry Ducey. He's the man of 100 voices and the matching change of mood. The morning wouldn't be complete, though, without the woman's point of view. So, at 11:30, Martha Brooks brings you inside an intelligent woman's world. Time to go to lunch? Take the portable along. WGY wants to keep pace right along with you. That's WGY 810 on your radio dial in Schenectady, New York. The smoothest sound around.
Billy Murphy is up against Frank Lindsay in the last of the 12th inning. Billy has one hit, a 3-run homer in 4 times up. A line drive into left field. It's a base hit. And the winning run once again is on. Murphy, a speedster, takes the turn and holds up. Throw bounced away from the shortstop Davenport, but not enough so that Billy Murphy could move on. So the rookie outfielder, Billy Murphy, pressed into service when Jim Hickman was injured back in the second, has his second hit of the ball game. All or nothing at all for Billy. He's been struck out 3 times, and the other 2 times up past base hit. Mets now had the winning run on, leading off in the last 2 extra innings. Ron Swoboda is the batter, and they look for the bunt. A full swing, and this strike one. That's down toward the tail end of their batting order, and so Wes Westrom had Ron Swoboda going after it. Murphy has real good speed. He's the kind of player that can score from first base on a long hit. Here's the pitch by Lindsay. A fly ball hit to right field. Ollie Brown moving over toward the right field line, crosses the line, and makes the catch in foul territory. So Ron Swoboda has fouled out to Ollie Brown across the line. Jerry Grody is 0 for 2 tonight and has walked twice. Jerry hitting .233, right-hand batter. Frank Lindsay delivers. The runner goes, and it's fouled back over into the crowd. Mets playing hit and run. Billy Murphy was on his way, but Grody fouled it off. Last of the 12th inning. Ball game tied 4-4. It was tied up in the top of the 8th inning by Willie Mays when he hit his 10th home run of the year. Murphy edging away. He's running the pitch, a slow ground ball hit down the third base line. It's a fair ball. A play to first. He beat it out, a base hit. Barton, the Giant catcher, injured his left shoulder. Barton has hurt his left shoulder on the play. The Mets were playing hit and run. Grody took a big swing, but topped a slow roller down the third baseline. Lindsay came over and fielded the ball and threw hard to first, but not in time. An infield hit for Jerry Grody. Each team now has 9 hits in the ball game. Barton apparently is all right. He wants to handle a few just to be sure. Now there are runners on first and second, 1 out, and Roy McMillan coming up. That's applying pressure again, this time in the last of the 12th inning. Billy Murphy, the winning run is on second. He has the good speed if the Mets can come up with a base hit now. Larry Benath is scheduled up next. We have warm-up action again in the Mets bullpen. Here's the pitch on the way. It's over for a strike at the letters to Roy McMillan. Now Mac wants Lee Wire to take a look at the ball. The team now has 9 hits. Mac has gone 0 for 4 this evening. Lindsay delivers. Curve outside. He held up just in time. 1 ball and 1 strike on Roy McMillan. Veteran lefty Bill Henry is on call in the Giant bullpen. Dave Eilers is warming up for New York. of these classic Mets and Giants struggles going tonight here at Shea Stadium with a huge crowd on hand. Now the pitch. Slow ground ball hit the shortstop. The ball goes to second in time. A throw to third. Not in time. Murphy holding on there. Runners at first and third, 2 down. Slow bouncer. Murphy got a slow start. He slammed on the brakes. He didn't want to take a chance on being hit by the ball, but then got to third in time. And now Al Luplo is coming out of the dugout. And Herman Franks is on his way to the mound. Al Luplo is coming out of the dugout as a pinch hitter for Larry Bernard. Herman Franks has a left-hander in his bullpen if he elects to make a change. Runners on first and third, 2 outs. And Luplo will be batting for Larry Bernard. If he changes to a left-hander, Wes Westrom would then still have the option of changing back to a right-hand hitter. Al Luplo has been sidelined. His last action, he suffered a cut vein when he was spiked. It's still not okay to play, but was given the green light by Dr. Peter Lamont to be used this evening as a pinch hitter. So Al Luplo is coming up now against Frank Lindsay with a winning run 90 feet away at third. Al Luplo back in action for the first time since last Saturday when he was spiked in the first inning. Winning run is on third. 2 men down, last of the 12th inning. Frank Lindsay is in the set position. Now the pitch. Low, it's ball 1. Al has 7 hits and 26 times up in the young season. Stocky left-hand hitter waits. The pitch by Lindsay. And the ball is popped up down the left field line. Moving over is the left fielder Landrum. Across the line, he's under it, and the side is out. Once again, Landrum playing a very short left against the left-hand hitter, and he cruised across the line to get the ball in foul territory. Well, the Mets keep applying the pressure, but not the clincher. No runs, 2 hits. No errors, 2 left on. 12 innings complete. The Giants 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. The New York Mets 4 runs, 9 hits, and no errors. Larry Bernard pitching just 1 inning and then leading the game for a pinch hitter. Larry retired the side 1-2-3. Now Dave Eilers is coming into the bullpen. Dave will be the 6th pitcher used by the New York Mets. We'll be going to the 13th inning, and Dave Eilers has a tough row. He'll be contending with Bob Barton, Willie Mays, and Jim Ray Hart. Mets are the ones that have been applying all the pressure in the extra inning. They had the winning run thrown out at the plate on a base hit to left by Eddie Kranepool. Good play by Don Landrum, the Giants left fielder. An afternoon game tomorrow starting at 2:15. Jack Fisher and Bob Bolin will be the pitchers. Single afternoon game with the Giants on Sunday starting at 2 o'clock. Cincinnati Reds will be here on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon. Dave Eilers checking into his 6th ball game. 5 previous outings, Dave has been scored on only once, and that was by the Chicago Cubs. Game tied 4-4. Mets were leading 4-0 on a 3-run homer by Billy Murphy, a triple by Cleon Jones. He scored on a wild pitch. But a 2-run homer by Tom Haller, a walk, A single and a sacrifice fly by Cap Peterson made it 4-3 to York. Then the dramatic eighth-inning home run by Willie Mays tied the ball game, and that's where it is right now as we go to the 13th. Bob Barton, who came in the game back in the eighth inning, is now hitting for the third time. He has 1 hit and 2 trips. Jerry Grody going out now to talk to Dave Eilers. Over the last 3 years in the minor leagues, strictly as a relief specialist, Dave Eilers won 32, lost only 6. Husky right-hander from Carmine, Texas. Time was called prior to the pitch. It's all right with Dave because it was a breaking ball in the dirt. This is the longest game of the year for the Mets. Giants played a 15-inning ball game and won it in Pittsburgh. The Mets played 11 innings in Pittsburgh and won it. Breaking ball over at the knees for a strike. Nobody on, nobody out, top half of the 13th. Foul ball hit back toward the Giant dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes on catcher Bob Barton. Willie Mays on deck. Then Jim Ray Hart. 2, 3, and 4 in the Giant batting order here in the 13th inning. Eilers with a 1-2 pitch. Fastball over, strike 3. That brings up Willie Mays. Willie, on his return to New York tonight, has 2 for 5. An infield hit and a home run that tied this game in the 8th inning. His home run was a line drive over the center field fence. It was his 10th home run of the year. Number 515 in his career. Ground ball foul down the third base line. Overtime ball game in Cleveland has just ended. The Indians winning it. Foul ball again hit down the third base line. Tonight's Baltimore-Cleveland game, Baltimore scored in the top of the 11th to go in front 3-2. But the Indians scored twice in the home 11th inning to win it 4-3. O'Donohue the winner and Dick Hall was the loser. Yankees 4, Kansas City 1 after 7.5. Detroit 4, the White Sox 2 after 6.5. Minnesota 4, Washington 3 after 5.5. Boston and California no score at the end of an inning and a half. Outside and low. That one just missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Willie Mays. Dave Eilers has his sign. The 1-2 delivery is under the knees, 2-2. Pitching 2-2. Curve is popped high in the air to short to left. Juan Swoboda coming in and toward the line is under it. Makes the catch. 2 away on the top of the 13th inning. The hitter will be the cleanup batter, Jim Ray Hart. Hart has gone 0 for 4, been on base once tonight. That was on a walk. Batting .339 with 6 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Right-hand batter. Missed by a single point of hitting .300 last year. Fastball a strike in the outside corner. Mets have now had 6 pitchers in the ball game. The Giants have had 4. Jack Hamilton turning in the longest stint. Pitch to Hart. Fly ball in the air to center field. It's deep. Back goes Billy Murphy on the edge of the track. He's there. Makes the catch. and 3 away in the top of the 13th. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. At the end, it's 12 and a half, and the Giants 4 and the Mets 4. And Lindsey Nelson will be with you in just a moment. Did you ever stop to think of how many lonesome travelers there are here and yonder and how thirsty they get?
Well, I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I am a lonely and a lonesome traveler. I've been traveling on. I traveled here and then
From California to New York, the American folk singer travels here and yonder, carrying with him the music of the whole world and its peoples. And sometimes when the traveling gets thirsty, he puts down his guitar and accompanies himself with a cold beer, maybe Rheingold. And in New York City, where more songs and travelers stop than anywhere else in the world, more people buy Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. How come? Maybe it's the Oregon hops we use. Who knows? But we must be doing something right.
We'll be going to the 13th now, the bottom of the 13th. Before we do, let's pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is WGY in Schenectady, New York.
Lindsey Nelson with Bob Murphy and Ralph Kiner, and the pitch to Ron Hunt is in there for a called strike. Ron Hunt leading off for the Mets here, top of the batting order up. Frank Lindsey, the pitcher on the mound for the San Francisco Giants. The fourth hurler who has worked for the Giants. The right-hander now dips into the windup, and here's the strike one delivery to Ron Hunt. Hit on the ground towards second base. Fuentes takes the hop, plays it across to Haller, and just in time to get Ron Hunt. Got him by a running stride. So there is one away for the Mets batting the bottom half of the 13th inning. Cleon Jones coming up. Leon had a triple and later scored in the 8th inning. He is 1 for 5 in this game here tonight. Leon Jones, a right-hand batter. Frank Lindsey winds and fires a breaking ball, swung on and missed for strike one. The Giants shade the defense toward right field on Cleon Jones. Giants have 4 runs on 9 hits, and the Mets have 4 runs on 9 hits. Umpire Lee Wire calls time now and comes around to brush off the plate. Now the strike one delivery to Cleon Jones, and it's in there for a called strike 2. Cleon was called out on strikes in the bottom half of the 11th inning in a situation where the Mets had runners at first and second and nobody out. So quickly Frank Lindsey has gone ahead of Cleon Jones with a 2-strike count here. Waiting on deck is Ken Boyer. Frank Lindsey looks for his science and catcher Bob Barton. Has it now, dips into the windup. 2-strike delivery. Breaking ball, swung on and fouled off into the Met dugout. Cleon just got the end of the bat on the ball and fouled it off. Former New York Mayor Robert Wagner is here with Mrs. Wagner. He was honored in a dinner here tonight before the start of the ball game, and the Wagners are still on hand right down there in the club box of the New York Mets. We're in the 13th inning. Here's the pitch now to Cleon Jones, and it's a little high and a little tight. It's 1-2. Issue joined us along the way. Biggest crowd in the major leagues this season turned out here at Shea Stadium tonight. And I must say that most of them are still here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, struck him out. 2 away for the Mets batting in the bottom of the 13th. Frank Lindsey's second strikeout brings up Ken Boyer. Boyer is 1 for 5 in this game. He has scored 1 run tonight. I'm sure you are aware that year before last, on the last day of May, the San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets played for 23 innings in the second game of a doubleheader. Swing and a little comebacker back to the mound. It's taken by Lindsay. He throws to Haller at first, and the side is out. Ken Boyer grounding out, pitch it at first. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And the score at the end of 13 full innings is the Giants 4 and the Mets 4. That's the Giants here again tomorrow afternoon. It'll be Bob Boland, a right-hander, pitching for the San Francisco Giants. And for the New York Mets, the right-hander also, Jack Fisher, who will be pitching against his former teammate. As a matter of fact, Fisher came to the Mets from the San Francisco Giants. At this moment, Cookie Lavagetto is coming around behind the catcher and going down to take his position on the coaching lines at first base. Lavagetto was with the New York Mets during the first 2 years of their existence as a coach. The Giant coach at third is Charlie Fox. Game time tomorrow is 2:15. We'll be on the air at 2:10. Then Sunday a single game, which will start at 2 o'clock. We'll be on there at 1:55 on Sunday for the finale of this 3-game set between the Mets and the high-flying San Francisco Giants. Going to the top half of the 14th, it's going to be Tom Haller coming up for the Giants. Here's the final score. The St. Louis Cardinals shut out the Atlanta Braves tonight 8-0 as Al Jackson got the win on a 6-hitter. Ken Johnson took the loss. Mike Shannon had a home run for the Cardinals. Haller is up, and Dave Oller's pitch is swung on, hit high into the air in short right field. Ron Hutt backpedals, has it lined up. He is called, he's there. He puts it away. One man out on one pitch. Tom Haller popping out, and now Ollie Brown's coming up. Big right-hand batter, right fielder. He is 1 for 4 in a walk, and he scored 1 run. Dave Haller's getting a tie from Jerry Grody. Score tied 4-4. Here's the pitch, swung on and foul back. It's out of play. Goes a strike 1 to Ollie Brown. Nobody in the on-deck circle but Don Landrum will be out there in a minute. He's coming up the dugout steps right now. Now again the pitch. Swung on, hit on the ground to third. Taken by Boyer in fair territory, and he has no play on Ollie Brown. It's a base hit as Brown crosses the plate. No, it's an error charged against Boyer. The official score says error. Boyer came over right on the line. It was a hairline decision as to whether it was a fair or foul ball. It was off his chest, and he picked it up and did not throw. It is an error charged against Boyer. So now it is the Giants who get a base runner with 1 man out, and Don Landrum coming up. Landrum is 2 for 5. He is a left-hand batter. Giants batting in the top half of the 14th inning. First base runner the Giants have had since the 10th inning. Landrum steps back. Now Eilers checks the runner. Ollie Brown at first. Steals the pitch to Landrum. In there for a called strike. Flatter nipped the outside corner. The Mets had scoring opportunities in the 11th and 12th innings. Left 2 stranded in each of those innings. Now Eilers checks Ollie Brown with first baseman Cranepool holding the throw over, not in time. Landrum is up. And in the Giant batting order, pitcher Frank Lindsay is next up. Pitcher bats 8 in the present batting order. Strike 1 delivered to Landrum. Hit deep to right field. If it stays fair, it's way back there. Curving, and it's going a foul ball into the Loge deck. Way down in the right field corner. Landrum got around on that one and pulled it and gave it a long ride into the Loge deck, but foul. So it's a count of 2 strikes to him with 1 away. Giants are riding the crest of an 11-game winning streak. On this road trip, they've won 6 and lost none. Now again, Eilers checks the runner. Here's the pitch. It's low for a ball. 1 and 2 to Don Landrum. The only road games that the Giants have lost this year were indoors. at the Astrodome in Houston. They lost 2 on the road there. Houston won tonight, incidentally. 1-0, beating the Phillies. Now the 1-2 pitch. And it missed outside. 2-2 to Don Landry. He lifts down to sign man Charlie Fox at third. Pitcher Frank Lindsay kneeling in the on-deck circle with the jacket on. Up instead, Dave Allers. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Allers strikes out Landrum. Ollie Brown holding it first, 2 away. Frank Lindsay's going to bat for himself. Second strikeout credited to Dave Allers. Frank Lindsay batted in the 12th inning, led off and gave the ball a long ride. Swoboda went back to the edge of the warning track to make the catch. So he is being left right in here. Brown takes his lead at first as again Cranepool holds there. Allers with the pitch. Swung on it on the ground toward the hole at short. McMillan takes it, throws to Hutt. In time. He got him. And the side is out. McMillan went to his right, took the ball in the hole, and fired it over to Hutt just in time to get Ollie Brown. So on the top of the 14th. No runs, no hits, 1 error. 1 left. Score at the end of 13 1/2 innings is the Giants 4 and the Mets 4. Now to the bottom half of the 14th inning, and the Mets will have Ed Cranepool coming up. Cranepool had a base hit in the bottom of the 11th. With Chuck Hiller, a runner at second, he got a green light from Coach Whitey Herzog at third and was thrown out at the plate. The Mets hoping to get some kind of a break on the throw as Don Landrum came up with the ball in left. Got it to Bob Barton in time to nip Hiller at the plate. So it's Cranepool up there now in the bottom of the 14th, and here's Frank Lindsay's pitch. Swung on it, fouled off for strike 1. Waiting on deck is Cleon Jones. The Giants 4 runs on 9 hits, and the Mets 4 runs on 9 hits. Check it, it's Billy Murphy on deck. I beg your pardon. Here's a pitch, a little high and a little tight. 1-1. Billy Murphy on deck, who was an early hero in this ball game when he hit a 3-run homer in the bottom half of the 4th inning to give the Mets an early lead of 3-0. Now the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, and he is hit with a pitch ball. Cranepool hit on the ankle with a pitch ball. It was a breaking ball low and inside. So the Mets get a leadoff base runner here in the 14th inning. Cranepool on at first, and Bill Murphy coming up. And again now, Whitey Herzog, the coach at third, calls time. Comes down to say something to Murphy. Giants protecting against the sacrifice likelihood. Pull Jim Rayhart in on the edge of the grass at third. Tom Haller is the first baseman. Murphy has had 2 hits in the ballgame tonight. His first major league base hit. His first ever was a 3-run homer, and then he singled in the 12th inning. He squares to butt, butts the ball, and it's taken out by Lindsay. He's going to second. He throws, and it's going to center field. Cranepool gets up, and Willie Mays comes up with the ball, and Cranepool holds at second base. Runners at first and second. Cranepool was sliding in at second, and was a little bit tangled up for the moment with the shortstop, Jim Davenport, and the ball went on out into center field. Cranepool got up and started to third, took about 3 steps and saw Willie Mays with his arm cocked. Sacrifice, fielder's choice, says the official scorer, no error. In the opinion of the official scorer, Cranepool had it beat at second base. That is scorer's judgment, and it gives the Mets runners first and second. Ron Swoboda coming up. Giants again will have to protect against the sacrifice possibility. Whitey Herzog comes down from third to give the sign directly to Ron Swoboda. In what might have been a sacrifice situation in the 12th inning, runners first, nobody out. Wes Western had Swoboda swinging away. He fouled out to right field. Haller floats way in on the grass at first. He's charging. Here's the pitch, bunted and fouled off for strike 1. The Giants are using a defense here of the first baseman charging.
Pitcher coming off on the third base side. Jim Rayhart, the third baseman, hanging around the bag, ready to take the throw for the fourth. Shortstop Jim Davenport over near the bag at second. Second baseman, Tito Fuentes, covering at first. Bill Henry and Bob Pretty are throwing in the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants. Henry's a left-hander. Pretty's a right-hander. Strike one count to Swoboda. Runners at first and second. Frank Lindsay's up and set. Here's the pitch, squares to butt, punches it up into the air and fouls it off and out of play. 2-strike count. Coming off on the third base side was pitcher Frank Lindsay, and he chased the ball almost all the way to the dugout. Now it's gone 2 strikes to Swoboda. He looks down to Whitey Herzog to see if the sign is taken off, if he's free to swing away, or if Westrum's going to have him bunt all the way. Catcher Jerry Grody's waiting on deck. Runners at first and second and nobody out. Score tied in the bottom half of the 14th inning. Now the pitch, and it's low for a ball. 1-2. He was not bunting there. He was ready to swing away. Cranepool leads at second base. Billy Murphy leads at first. Here's a pitch, and it's high. 2-2 now to Ron Swoboda. In the 11th and 12th innings each, the Mets had 2 runners on and could not score them. Frank Lindsay looking in to get a sign from catcher Bob Barton. Has it now up and set off the stretch runners lead 2-2 pitch, and it's in there for a called strike 3. Swoboda caught looking. So there's one away, and Jerry Grody's coming up now. Grody flied to right, walked, popped out to first, and had a swinging roller for a base hit. Grody asked that umpire, Lee Wire, examine the ball. Frank Lindsay tosses it into it and returns it to it. Cranepool represents winning run at second base. Roy McMillan coming out to the on-deck circle. Now Lindsay is up and set, and here's the pitch to the right-hand batter. He swung on and fouled off right down into the dirt. Off the thigh, actually, of catcher Bob Barton, who is exercising a little now, walking around out in front of the plate. Nicked by the foul ball. It's strike 1 to Jerry Grody. Lindsay looks in to get a sign from Bob Barton. He has it. Runners lead at first and second. Gets a swing and a foul ball back and out of play. A 2-strike count quickly now to Grody with 1 man out. At one time in this ball game, the Mets led by a score of 4-0, but the Giants battled back. Tom Halley hit a 2-run homer, make it 4-2. They added 1 more to make it 4-3, and then Willie Mays hit a home run to tie it at 4-4. Now a 2-strike delivery to Grody. Swung a line into left field for a base hit. Cranepool turns third. He's being held up. Here's the throw, and Billy Murphy didn't see it, and there's 2 men at third base. Murphy and Cranepool are both at third. Murphy is tagged out, and Cranepool hangs onto the bag. Grody is at first base. There are 2 men out. The play goes 7-5 on Billy Murphy, who did not see Cranepool being held up at third. Whitey Herzog, the coach, came down the line and held Cranepool up. He came to a skidding halt at the bag. Murphy rounded second and kept coming. He arrived at third to find it already occupied. He started back to second and was tagged out. Grody, with a single left, is on at first. Now the Giants are holding a strategy conference with Roy McMillan coming up. 2 men out. Runners at first and third. Herman Franks is at the mound. McMillan is the number 8 man in the order. Dave Eilers is on deck. So they've had a little strategy conference to see exactly how they want to play this. Now Herman Franks turns and comes back to the dugout. Well, the New York Mets had 2 men at third base. And now they have 1 with 2 men out. Grody, of course, cut it in with a single to left. His second base hit of the night. Murphy went out 7-5. Cranepool's at third. Grody's at first. McMillan's the batter. Lindsay's pitch swung on and missed for strike 1.
McMillan has gone nothing for 5 tonight. A base hit here, of course, would end the ball game. Cranefield's at third. Brody is at first. We're in the bottom half of the 14th inning. Frank Lindsay off the stretch with the pitch, swung on and missed. It's strike 2 now to McMillan as Lindsay goes quickly ahead, 0-2. Lindsay looks around at his outfield. Willie Mays in center field pounding the glove. Landrum's in left. Ollie Brown's in right. Now off the stretch. Lindsay with the pitch. Swung on and fouled out. McMillan stays alive with a 2-strike count. 2 men are out. It looked for one brief moment as though the Mets were going to have a situation of bases loaded with 1 man out. But when Billy Murphy arrived at third, there was somebody already there. Here's the 2-strike delivery, and it's swung on, and it's off the leg of Lindsay. He receives it, drops it, throws on, and just in time, he's out at first base, and we'll be going to the 15th inning. That ball was slammed off the leg of Frank Lindsay. It rolled over toward the first base line. He reached for it, dropped it, picked it up again, and then made the play to first in time to get McMillan. Meanwhile, Cranfield had come across the plate, but all to no avail as the Mets in the bottom half of the 14th get no runs. They got 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left. So at the end of 14 full innings, the score is still tied. The Giants 4 and the Mets 4. The Cincinnati Reds will be coming in here for a 3-game series next week. Don Hefner will be coming in for the first time as manager of the Cincinnati Reds, first time into New York. He spent the last 2 years as a Mets coach, and they'll be here on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon. Cincinnati got off to a bad start. They had Pete Rose, last year's All-Star second baseman, playing third, and he wasn't hitting. Recently, he's been moved back to second and starting to hit again, and the Cincinnati Reds have started to move again. So they'll be in here Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon to end the current homestand of the New York Mets. Of course, Jim Maloney will be coming in with them, one of the top pitchers in the Major League. We go to the 15th inning now, and Jim Davenport is up to lead off for the San Francisco Giants against Dave Eilers of the Mets. 3 times during extra innings, the Mets have had 2 men on, but they haven't been able to push one across. Eilers with the pitch to the right-hand batter, low for ball 1. Scheduled up in this inning, Davenport, Fuentes, and Bob Barton, and if anybody gets on, then Willie Mays. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Davenport. Swung on, hit on the ground, is short. A big hop up to McMillan. Throws over, and it's taken by Cranfield in time. Davenport grounds out short to first. One away, and Tito Fuentes is coming up now. He's 1 for 6 tonight, right-hand batter. Leading off, he's the second baseman of the Giants. Here's a swing and a miss. Strike 1. Year before last, when the Giants and the Mets played 23 innings on May 31st, the game lasted 7 hours and 23 minutes, the longest game in the history of the Major League from the point of view of time. Strike 1, the count to Fuentes. Dave Eilers winds and fires, and the ball is bunted out in front of the plate, taken by Brody. He throws on in time. Fuentes trying to bunt his way on, is out, going from Brody to Cranfield. 2 away. And now it is Bob Barton coming up. Right-hand batter. Up here with 2 men out, nobody on base. Score tied, 4-4 in the top half of the 15th inning. Low for a ball. The paid crowd here tonight, 56,658. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and lined into left field. It's in there for a base hit. That'll bring up Willie Mays. Swoboda returns the ball to the infield, and Barton's on his first, and here comes Mays. 2 men out. Willie Mays had an infield hit in the 4th inning, which he turned an ankle, but he recovered quickly. In the 8th inning, he hit a home run over the center field fence that tied the score at 4-4. Ground ball to short, taken by McMillan. He goes over to Hunt. The side is out. Mays forces Barton at second base. 6-4 if you're scoring. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. Score at the end of 14.5 innings is Giants 4, the Mets 4. And what goes with Portuguese sausages? Free guesses.
If you go to Lisbon, you're sure to hear the fado songs Portugal is famous for. The music generates a lot of warmth, and so does the sausage they serve in the cafes. Between the two, you may find yourself ordering a lot of Cerveja Sagres, Lisbon's favorite beer. You can raise the same thirst with the same sausages and songs in New York City. And maybe you'll quench it with the favorite local beer, Cerveja Rheingold. In fact, in New York City, where there are more kinds of food and music than anywhere else in the world, more people buy Rheingold Extra Dry than any other beer. How come? Maybe it's the French malt we use. Whatever it is, we must be doing something right.
In the bottom half of the 15th inning, it'll be Dave Eilers up to lead off the Mets, and he's going to bat for himself.
Now pitching for the Giants, number 38, Bob Pretty.
Bob Pretty is coming to do the pitching for the San Francisco Giants. He's a right-hander. Bob Pretty in relief of Frank Lindsay. Eilers is waiting to come up there. The Mets have 2 extra men other than pitchers that they have not used, Ed Brissou and John Stevenson. The Giants have only 1 extra man, Jesus Salou, who has a jam thumb, and they've used everybody else except pitchers. Most of them, as a matter of fact. The Yankees defeated Kansas City 4-2 as Steve Hamlin got the win in relief of Whitey Ford, and Dobson took the loss. Frank Lindsay pitched 4 innings in which he allowed no runs, 5 hits, struck out 2 and walked none. Ray Sadecki started tonight for the Giants, worked the first 5 innings, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits. Ron Herbel worked 1 inning, allowed 1 run on 1 hit. Lyndon McDaniel worked 4 innings in relief, allowed no runs on 2 hits. And Frank Lindsay worked 4, allowing no runs on 5 hits, struck out 2 and walked none. And Bob Pretty is the pitcher. Looks in to get a sign, starts to work. Pitch to Eilers, and it's in there for a called strike. Bob Pretty is making his 6th appearance of the season, all in relief. He had won 1 and lost none. Now the pitch, swung on and on the ground to second base. Tito Fuentes up with it, plays on to Tom Haller at first in time. Eilers has grounded out. The report from the San Francisco dugout is that Frank Lindsay was taken out of the ballgame simply because he was tired. He was hit on the chin by that ground ball in the last inning by Roy McMillan, but that had nothing to do with it. It was because he was tired. Pretty got his win in relief over the Dodgers. He worked only an inning, and that was on May 5th. Ron Hunt watches in there for a called strike. The hits are all even in the game, 10 each. Again, Bob Pretty starts to work. Hunt hits the ball in the air to center field. Willie Mays hangs right there. He's waiting, and he makes the catch. We pause for station identification. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.
This is WGY 810 on your dial in Schenectady, New York.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Bob Murphy and Ralph Kiner at Shea Stadium in New York, where the Mets and the league-leading Giants are battling, tied 4-4. Mets are batting in the bottom of the 15th. 2 men out, nobody on. Cleon Jones is up. Pitch is high for a ball. When you are the home team in an extra inning game, you have high hopes and you have a man up there capable of hitting it out, because if you can hit one out in extra innings, you win the ball game. You're the home team, and Cleon is capable of hitting the ball out. He has 2 home runs this year. Here's the pitch. Swung on and foul back, out of play, 1-1. Tonight he tripled in the 6th inning and later scored. Overall, Cleon is 1 for 6. Minnesota Twins defeated the Washington Senators tonight, 9-5. Jim Cott got the win, and Jim Duckworth took the loss. Bob Pretty is taking a moment before getting set to work again. Swung on and hit in the air down the right field line. A foul ball drifting into the stands and out of play. 1-2 to Cleon Jones. When the Mets and Giants played their 23-inning encounter, it ended, about 30 or 45 minutes before midnight. And there were many fans saying they were hoping it would go past midnight so they could say it started in May and ended in June, because it was on May 31st. Well, we're in a game here now that started on Friday and is into Saturday, and could go quite a way. 2 men out, nobody on base. Bottom of the 15th. Struck him out. Cleon Jones swung and missed. Pretty's first strikeout. We'll be going to the 16th. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And the score at the end of 15 full innings is tied. Mets 4 and the Giants 4. If you happen to come out to Shea Stadium, as so many have tonight, you'll want to pick up a copy of the 1966 Met Yearbook to aid you in following the Mets on radio, television, or in person here at the ballpark. There's all sorts of interesting information in the yearbook. And to obtain a copy by mail, all you got to do is send a total of 65 cents to Met Yearbook, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York, zip code 11368. That's 50 cents for the yearbook and 15 cents for mailing charges. A total of 65 cents to Met Yearbook, Shea Stadium, Flushing, New York, zip code 11368. We'll be going to the top half of the 16th inning. Dave Eiler's on the mound for the Mets, facing Jim Ray Hart, a right-hand batter, up for the Giants. And the pitch is popped up in foul territory, back near the stands, and it's going to be out of play. Brody came all the way back to the barrier, but this one was well back into the seat. Strike 1. Jim Ray Hart, nothing for 5 and a walk in tonight's game. Eilers with the pitch. A comebacker hits to Eilers. He plays over to Craneville, and there is 1 man out. Now Tom Haller, who had a 2-run homer over the left field wall in the 7th inning. He's 1 for 6 tonight. Started out as the catcher. Has been playing first base. Dave Eiler's pitch swung on and fouled out to the left side, out of play. It's strike 1. Eilers looks in to get a sign from Jerry Grody. And the pitch. Swung on and hit in the air down the right field line, curving over towards foul territory. It's hanging up there, and it's out of play. Gets into about the second row of the stand. Craneville was back there, Hunt was over, and Cleon Jones was over. In case you've joined us lately, Jim Hickman was injured in the second inning of tonight's game, trying to make a diving catch of a looper off the bat of Ollie Brown. And he will be out, injured his left wrist, and will be out for at least 4 weeks. Been placed on the disabled list, and Hawk Taylor is being brought up from Jacksonville, will rejoin the Mets tomorrow. Billy Murphy came in to replace Hickman in the second inning. Going into center field, and Hickman, who is in, Cleon Jones, who's been in center, moved over to right to replace Hickman. It's a 2-strike count to Haller at the plate. Haller's with the pitch. Outside, low. So it's 1-2. Score tied 4-4 in the top half of the 16th inning. 1-2 pitch. And it's hit in the air to center field. Billy Murphy's over there. He's underneath and waiting, and he makes the catch. So there are 2 men out. Ollie Brown coming up. Talking to a man yesterday, he wanted to know why more doubleheaders weren't scheduled. Well, this is why. This is now the longest game in the National League this season. Ollie Brown fouls the ball out to the right side, out of play in the stand. Giants and the Pirates played 15 innings, and that had been the longest, but we are now in the 16th inning here at Shea Stadium. So this is the longest game of this season before the largest crowd of this season. Two men out, nobody on base, a strike one count to the right-hand batter. Dave Eilers winds and fires, and the pitch is right in there. Fastball for a call, strike 2. Score tied, 4-4. Top of the 16th. 2-strike delivery, and it's a fastball tight. 1-2. Don Landrum waiting on deck and swinging bat. Ollie Brown's a big feller. Tall and rangy. 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to deep short. Taken by McMillan. Backhand. Long throw and in time. A big stretch by Craneville to help him out, and in time to get Ollie Brown. So the side is out. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. And the score at the end of 15 and a half innings is the Mets 4 and the Giants 4.
So you're a specialist. Well, so is WGY. WGY caters to almost all of you who have an outstanding interest. Does the first blade of green grass head you for your gardening gear? Then tune in Garden Talk at 9:30 every Saturday morning. Ernie Tatro, this connoisseur, Tuesday evening at 8:15 is going to be the high spot of your week. Just Jazz with Randy English is just that. From Dixieland to real cool jazz, the listening Tuesday night is fabulous. If you're a specialist, remember, so is WGY.
And it's Ken Boyer up to lead off for the Mets. He's 1 for 6 here tonight. He scored 1 run. Right-hand batter. Facing right-hand pitcher Bob Pretty. Giants played that 15-inning affair against Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh Tuesday night. Swinging a ground ball to deep third, taken by Jim Rahart. Upward, and he throws on high, and Haller makes the tag in time. Haller went up into the air off the bag, came down with the ball, and tagged Boyer coming by. There's one away, and Ed Craneville is coming up. Craneville replaced Dick Stewart at a time when the Mets were leading, and the Giants had made a move from their starting pitcher, Sadecki, a left-hander, to Ron Herbold, a right-hander. Here's a swing and a foul ball, off and out of play. Strike 1 to Craneville. He's 1 for 2 and was hit by a pitch ball. Been on base his last 2 times up. The Mets had 2 excellent opportunities to win an extra inning. Once when Chuck Hiller was thrown out at the plate, and
once when they had two men arrive at third base at the same time. Billy Murphy did not see that Craneville had been held up at third, and accordingly he was tagged out. Otherwise, it would have been bases loaded and one man out. It was runners first, third, and two men out. Time is called as Bob Pretty wants to check something with his catcher, Bob Barton. Totals in the game for the Giants, 4 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. For the Mets, 4 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. Final score in the American League, the Detroit Tigers defeated the Chicago White Sox by 4. Dennis McClain the winner, and Joel Horland is the loser. Now the strike one pitch to Craneville. Misses everything, all the way back to the screen. High and away, cleared the catcher, the umpire, and banged up against the screen. 1-1. In California, the Boston Red Sox and the California Angels are going to the bottom half of the 5th inning, where the Angels leading 1-0. Jerry Stevenson against Dean Chance. 1 man out, nobody on base here. And the 1-1 pitch. Swung on it in the air, foul to the left side, now to play. 1-2. You know, we have a very interesting thing happen when we have these long extra inning games here at Shea Stadium. As you know, on television, Ralph Kiner does a post-game show. So while Bob and Ralph and I alternate during the course of a ball game, along about the 8th inning, Ralph has to go down, of course, to be ready for his post-game show. He's been down there for a while. Brady's getting a sign from Barton. Count is 1-2 to Craneville at the plate. And the pitch. Line into left center field, moving over is Landrum, and he makes the catch as the ball curved off the bat of the left-hand batter over to left fielder Don Landrum, who made the grab 2 away, and Billy Murphy's coming up. Murphy has had 2 hits tonight. His only 2 in the major league. He had a 3-run homer for his first major league hit in the 4th inning, and he had a leadoff single in the 12th inning. He's a right-hand batter. Swing on a fly ball foul on the right field line in the seats and out of play. Strike 1 to Murphy. Ron Swoboda is waiting on deck. Here's a swing and a little number to the third base side. Jim Ray Hart can't field it, and Bill Murphy is on. Hart tried the barehand play and could not come up with it, so he is on with a base hit. His 3rd base hit of his major league career, and his 3rd of this evening. A swinging roller that Jim Ray Hart couldn't handle in time. Tried to barehand it, the only play he had, didn't come up with it cleanly. So now Ron Swoboda's up here in a situation where he'll be swinging away. 2 men out and a runner at first. Swoboda's nothing for 6 tonight. Pitcher Bob Pretty checks and deals a pitch. It's low for a ball. Swoboda's batting average has shrunk to 117. The hit by Murphy was number 11 for the Mets in this game. The score is tied 4-4. Throw over, but Murphy's on the bag. He was anchored to the bag as Bob Pretty made his throw over to first baseman Tom Haller. Now the 1-0 pitch. In for a called strike. It's 1-1. Certainly Tom Haller is playing first base for the Giants because he started as the catcher. Willie McCovey was used as a pinch hitter, and a batter was used to bat for Gabrielson, which left the Giants fresh out of first baseman. So Haller installed at first, and Bob Barton took over the duties behind the plate. Again, a throw over, and again, Murphy is anchored to the bag at first. 2 men out. Runner at first, score tied 4-4. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low and away for a ball. It's 2-1. Giants started tonight with Sadecki, followed with Ron Herbel, Lindy McDaniel, Frank Lindsay, and Bob Pretty.
2-1 to Swoboda. Runner goes, swing and a miss, and a throw that's in there on one hop. He is out at second base. Tag is made down there by Tito Fuentes as the ball went in on one hop, but in time to get Billy Murphy. And the side is retired. No runs, one hit, no errors, and nobody left. Score at the end of 16 full innings is Giants 4 and the Mets 4. Giants and the Mets here again tomorrow afternoon. This, you know, is only the first meeting of the season between these two teams, and if this is an indication of what is to follow, it's going to be another one of those years in which the Mets and the Giants battle in some spectacular baseball game. Strangely enough, in the history of the Mets, they're now in their 5th year, they have played some of their very best baseball against the San Francisco Giants. And the Giants came in here tonight riding the crest of an 11-game winning streak, having won 6 straight games on this road trip. And the Mets took an early lead, saw the Giants battle back to tie it on Willie Mays' 8th inning homer, and now they are in the 17th inning. With Don Landrum up to lead off, he's a left-hand batter, facing right-hand pitcher Dave Eilers for the Mets. The Mets started with Jack Hamilton, 6 1/3. Dick Selma worked to 1 man. Gordon Richardson, an inning and 2/3. Dennis Ryban, 3 innings. Larry Bernard, 1 inning, and now Dave Eilers. Pitch to Landrum, and it's low and away for a ball. As you know, we are well past the midnight hour, and there's still a lot of people at this ballpark. Here's the pitch, and it's low for a ball. 2-0. Top half of the 17th inning, longest game in the National League this year. 2-0 pitch. In there for a called strike. 2-1 to Don Landrum. Landrum's had 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 6 in this game. He came to the Giants from the Chicago Cubs along with Lindy McDaniel in exchange for Bill Hands and Randy Hundley. That's in for a call strike 2. It's 2-2. Landrum doesn't think so. He argues the call with umpire Lee Wire behind the plate. If you are thinking of the 12:50 curfew rule in the major leagues, it applies only to Saturday night games. Swing and a ground ball towards second base. Ron Hunt over up with it, placed to Cranepool in time. Cranepool went for the ball also and then had to hustle over to cover the bag when he saw that Hunt would be able to play it. So there is 1 away. And the pitcher, is going to bat for himself here because the Giants have only other pitchers, and Jesus Alou, who is out with a jammed thumb, available, having used everybody else in the reserve corps in this ball game. Eilers pitched to Pretty, swung on and missed for strike 1. Our scorebook was not exactly made for this sort of thing. And here's a pitch in there for a called strike. Now, Mr. Arthur Friedman has the right idea. He's gone to a second sheet. Of course, he's got to keep this thing statistically correct. Fortunately, I don't have to do that as far as records are concerned. Here's a pitch. Bunted to the mound, taken by Eilers. He plays the Cranepool in time. Pretty trying to bunt his way on. Goes out, pitch it to first. 2 away, and now Jim Davenport's coming up. The only thing about Jim Davenport that comes to mind in a situation like this is that in more than one extra inning game between the Mets and the Giants, Jim Davenport was the man who broke it up. So he's up here now with 2 men out, nobody on base. Davenport is 1 for 4. Pitches in for a called strike. Giants 4 and the Mets 4 in the top half of the 17th inning. And Again the pitch. Swung on and hit deep to left field. It's way back there. Swoboda goes into the warning track. It's a home run for Jim Davenport over the left field wall. The Giants go ahead by a score of 5-4. Davenport coming on around. It is his third home run of this season over the left field fence. Swoboda went back to the wall, gave it a leap. And the Giants go out in front by a score of 5-4. 2 men out. Tito Fuentes coming up. Fuentes, the right-hand batter. Pitch is a little tight for ball one. Ken Eilers gets set to work. Breaking ball, line into left field for a base hit. Taken out there by Swoboda and played back, and it's a wide turn by Fuentes. Now he hustles back to the bag. The Giants are leading 5-4 in the top half of the 17th inning. 2 men out, Fuentes at first. Bob Barton, the catcher, coming up, and Willie Mays on deck for the Giants. Here's a pitch swung on and fouled out to the right side, out of play. Willie Mays tied it with a home run in the 8th inning. Now Davenport has sent the Giants ahead with a home run in the 17th inning. In the air to center field. Billy Murphy's there. He's underneath and he's waiting. And he makes the catch. So the side is out. But the Giants picked up a run on 2 hits. No errors and 1 left. And the score at the end of 16 and a half innings is the Giants 5, the Mets 4. Here's a song about the accordions of France. The music has a certain je ne sais quoi, like something else you'll hear about.
Le piano du pauvre se noue autour du cou. La chanson guimauve, Toscanini s'en fout. Mais il est pas chien, elle lui rend bien, il est éclectique. Sonate ou zaba, concert ou polka, il aime la musique. Le piano du pauvre, dans sa boîte à bobard, tape un air guimauve en prenant pour Mozart. S'il a l'air grognon, il joue son façon, déjà la perverse, c'est qu'il est pas chien, et puis qu'il faut bien faire marcher le commerce.
Maybe it's our French malt that gives Rheingold Extra Dry its special je ne sais quoi. But whatever it is, we must be doing something formidable.
Alors tu viens, oh, tu vas pas rester là tout seul toute la soirée. Allons, viens.
We're going now to the bottom half of the 17th inning. The Mets trailing by a run, send Ron Swoboda up, and Johnny Stevenson has been brought in from the bullpen as a prospective pinch hitter. He's a left-hand batter. Somewhere along the line here in the bottom of the 17th. But right now it's Swoboda at the plate. Pitcher Bob Pretty starts to work. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Swoboda was up when Bill Murphy was thrown out at second base in the 16th inning. Again, Bob Pretty with the pitch. Swung on and missed a breaking ball, and quickly he's ahead of Swoboda with a 2-strike count. Two-strike delivery, and it's low. Bob Barton was all ready to fire that ball down to third base, but umpire Lee Wire says it was a little low, and it's 1-2 now to Swoboda. Giants leading by a score of 5-4. Pretty takes a moment now, kicking at the rubber. Vince in the waist looking in for a sign. Has it, starts to work. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He strikes out Swoboda. One away for the Mets in the 17th. Now it is
Jerry Grody coming up. Grody's had 2 hits and 2 walks tonight. He's 2 for 4 and 2 walks, right-hand batter. Mets hoping that somebody will hit it out to get him back in here as they're down by 1 run. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Bob Pretty breathing here in the 17th. Starts to work again. In there for a call, strike 2. Roy McMillan is in the on-deck circle. Now, Pretty wants Bob Barton to start the signs all over again. He does. Starts to work. 2-strike pitch. Swung on and hit deep to right field. It's way back there, and Ollie Brown goes over and has it lined up, and he makes the catch. So there are 2 men out for the Mets. McMillan is being called back to the dugout, and Johnny Stevenson's got a bat for him. Johnny Stevenson will bat for Roy McMillan. With 2 men out, nobody on base for the Mets. In the bottom of the 17th, the Giants leading 5-4. 2 years ago, in San Francisco, the Mets knocked Juan Marichal out of the box. We're leading the Giants until the 9th inning when Willie Mays hit a home run to tie it. And in the 15th, Jim Davenport hit a home run to win it for the Giants. In the 23-inning game played here on May 31st, year before last, in the 23rd inning, Jim Davenport tripled and scored the 7th run, the go-ahead run. Actually, the Giants won it 8-6. But the run that sent the Giants ahead and the run that proved to be the winning run was scored by Davenport, who tripled and then was scored on a single by Crandall. Here's a pitch in for a call strike to Johnny Stevenson. And Jim Davenport here tonight hit a home run over the left field fence in the top half of the 7th inning that has given the Giants an edge at this point of 5-4. There's a swing and a high fly ball to short center field. Tito Fuentes goes out and calls in front of Willie Mays. Fuentes makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Tito Fuentes made the catch. The Giants have won the ball game in 17 innings. In the bottom half of the 17th, no runs, no hits, no errors, none left. So the Giants win it in 17, the longest game in the National League this season. The winning pitcher is Bob Pretty, and the losing pitcher is Dave Allard. Recapping, in the 2nd inning, Jim Hickman of New York Mets tried to make a diving catch of a looping ball off the bat of Ollie Brown in right field. Jammed his wrist and came off the field in great pain. He will be out about a month at least. He has been placed on the disabled list, and Hawk Taylor will join the Mets tomorrow coming up from Jacksonville. The Mets got off to an early lead tonight when Billy Murphy, who had come into the lineup when Hickman went out, got his first major league hit, a 3-run homer in the 4th inning. The Mets had a 3-0 lead, and then Cleon Jones tripled and was later scored in the 6th inning to give the Mets a 4-0 lead. But then the Giants came back as Tom Haller got a 2-run homer off Jack Hamilton in the 7th inning. And then when Hamilton walked Ollie Brown, he was removed. Selma came in, gave up a base hit. And then Gordon Richardson came in to put out the fire. The Giants had scored 3 runs, and then Willie Mays came up in the 8th inning, and off Gordon Richardson hit a home run over the center field fence to tie the score at 4-4. It then went on and on and on. The Mets got some fine relief pitching. 3 innings by Dennis Ryban, no runs, 2 hits. 1 inning by Larry Bernard, no runs, no hits. And Dave Allard, until he gave up a home run to Jim Davenport in the 17th. Sadecki started for the Giants. Herbold, McDaniel, Lindsay, and Bob Pretty, the winning pitcher. We'll be here tomorrow with the 2nd game. Well, it's not tomorrow. It's today we'll be here because this is Saturday. We'll be on the air at 2:10. Bob Boland going against Jack Fisher. Final total.